Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. கேக்குங்க.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, good morning. நான் பேசுறது உங்களுக்கு கேட்கான்னு கேளு. ஓகேடா. இங்க என் வாய்ஸ் கேட்கும். நீ பண்ணு. நீ அங்க இருந்து பண்ணு. வெளியில இருந்து பண்ணு.
Hello, ma'am. ஆன் பண்ணலன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஆன் பண்ணிருக்கா? ஹலோ ஹலோ ஹலோ
சிவா வெளியில போயிட்டு பண்ணுங்க.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Testing. Hello. Cake. Hello. Hello. Cake.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Kindly mute your.
Hello? Hello?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Okay.
Can see me?
Is it audible?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
Welcome you, sir, for the session.
Yeah, thank you. Now first tell me, am I properly visible? Can you see me properly?
You are visible, sir.
Okay, good.
Mute one.
Hello, Dr. Pani, hello. You have to switch on your audio.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
A very good day for you, sir.
Thank
I'm
you. Hello, I can't hear you.
sir.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Okay.
No, it's echoing. I'll adjust, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. No,
Ready, I think. Now,
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Sir, we are waiting for our principal to be on the line, sir. Please, sir.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
We are ready, sir.
Okay.
We are waiting for the principal to join the link.
Does the principal know that it starts at 10 o'clock?
Ah, yes, sir. It told me.
So where is he?
Good morning to all. Dharmapuram Jnanambikai Government Arts College for Women, Mayiladurai, Tamil Nadu, India. Department of English. A warm welcome to the participants of Reflexive 2022, a one-day international virtual
Hello.
conference on
Good morning,
pandemic
madam.
future. Now, let us start the program with the invocation to the Tamil Thai and Jnanambikai, followed by the department song.
கண்டமிதில் இறைக்கணமும் அதிசிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரிக்கணரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் வணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழ் வணங்கே
காக்கா கத்துற மாதிரி ஆன்ல தான் இருக்கு. போடு 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 பாடு பாடு.
Let my country away. Let my country arise. Let my country arise. Let the mind is set out for the power of into the mighty God of action. The Lord is coming to the battle, into the heaven of freedom, into the heaven of freedom, into the heaven of freedom. Father, my Father, let my country arise. Let my country arise. Let my country
கேக்குமா
arise.
Thank you, girls. Whatsoever we beg from God, let us also work for it. We work together with the blessings of God to make this conference a grand success. It's time now to start the proceedings of our program. A good teacher makes the poor student good and the good student superior. Education is the passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Education is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the society. Our HOD, Dr. K. Ponni, Associate Professor of English, is a person who has committed herself to changing the society by dipping the darkness in the life of the students. I request her to welcome the virtual gathering.
Thank you, madam. Greetings and welcome from Dharmapuram Jnanambike Government Arts College for Women, Mailadurai, for Reflexives 2022, a one-day international virtual conference on pandemic literature. I am elated to welcome each and everyone in this platform. Dharmapuram Jnanambike Government Arts College for Women stands and serves on the banks of the holy river Kaveri for more than 50 years with the vision of empowering women through higher education, and it has been strengthening this academic pursuit day by day. This virtual conference is part of it. With all your concurrence, I would like to pay our respects and homage to the memory of all those who had lost their lives in the pandemic. Literature is a reflection of social life and closely associated with the human experiences. The worldwide pandemic is certainly not the first, nor
Your microphone is off. Madam Pony, your microphone is off.
sorry, sir. Is it audible now?
Yes.
Is it audible now?
It's very much audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Audible, madam. Audible.
Thank you, sir. Let me start from the first. Greetings and welcome from Dharmapuram Jnanambike Government Arts College for Women, Mailadurai, for Reflexives 2022, the one-day international virtual conference on pandemic literature. I am elated to welcome each and everyone in this platform. Dharmapuram Jnanambike Government Arts College for Women stands and serves on the banks of the holy river Kaveri for more than 50 years with the vision of empowering women through higher education, and it has been strengthening this academic pursuit day by day. This virtual conference is also a part of it. With all your concurrence, I would like to pay our respects and homage to the memory of all those who had lost their lives in the pandemic. Literature is the reflection of social life and closely associated with the human experiences. The worldwide pandemic is certainly not the first, nor will be the last. The strain is lessened with the help of literature, which stands by our side like a close friend always. I am delighted to welcome our vivacious principal, who is an ever encouraging support to all our endeavors. Welcome, sir. To be honest, I am really excited to welcome the former Vice Chancellor of CAEFL, Professor Dr. V. Ganeshan, who spells more enthusiasm in this conference. Hearty welcome to you, sir. I am further thrilled to welcome Dr. Rajkumar Eligedi from the Department of English Literature, School of Literary Studies, English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. Hearty welcome to you, sir. My joy is not less in welcoming Dr. Vivek Singh from Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh. Welcome you, young man. This is a very rare occasion for me to welcome all the participants from India and all over the world, which include my teachers, mentors, colleagues, and students. Welcome, my friends. My spirit feels high to welcome my vibrant team of coordinator, organizing secretaries, associate professors, research forum, assistant professors, energetic, my dear young guest lecturers of our department and other departments, and my ever dear spirited students. Welcome you all. Literature, being the resource of shared human experiences throughout history, it acts as a repository to each and everyone, including our resource persons. Today, we are awaiting to listen to the proficient deliverances. Have a nice, knowledgeable, and sharing day. Welcome you all, and thank you.
It was really a warm welcome, and I thank you a lot, madam. Action speaks louder than the words. Our principal, Dr. D. Aravaji, is a man of action. Sir, the sparkle of fire is the witness of your worth. The silent fluence of the water is a witness of your softness. The rising of the sun in the east and the sunset in the west are the witness of your rhythm. The rhythmical movement of the moon is the witness of your perfection. We are very much honored and privileged to have you as the president of this conference. I request you to deliver your presidential address, sir.
Very good morning to all of you. Dharmapuram Yanambiya Government Arts College for Women, Mailadurai, Department of English, one-day international virtual conference on pandemic literature. Today, I am so delighted to be part of this marvelous event of the one-day international virtual conference on pandemic literature. For this effort, I congratulate the head of the department, Dr. K. Ponni Madam, and Senior Professor A. Seethalakshmi Madam, and all the professors of the English department. The pandemic COVID-19 outbreak has affected human history in all the ways. Literature is a resource of shared human experience across centuries and continents. There had been so many pandemics down the ages like plague, Spanish flu, Ebola, Zika, and so on. In the past, people viewed it as one of God's punishment for sin. The spread was interrupted as a warning to the mankind to behave morally. It happened during the Great Plague in London in 1664. The human achievements in the field of arts, commerce, and agriculture gradually declines. Whereas writers observed everything silently, waiting to recreate the same, history repeats itself and literature continues to fight for a better world. The pandemic requires everyone, whether infected or not, to be fully conscious and committed. Every step seems only to lead a new wave of uncertainty and fear. Literature teaches to demonstrate love and empathy towards one another in such difficult times. The pandemic has made a huge impact on the social, cultural, and economic fields. Writers of various nations and cultures have responded to these crises, seeking ways of healing and surviving. The topics of today's conference are much relevant to the current scenario. Congratulations to the resource person on board, wishing the conference a great success. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Audible, madam? Hello?
Thank you, sir,
Audible, madam?
for your inspiring
Thank you.
presidential address. Let us start our plenary session 1. Our resource person is Professor Dr. V. Ganeshan, former Vice Chancellor of CFL, now FLU, Hyderabad, a retired Professor of German Studies at Georgia State University, Atlanta, USA. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought about unprecedented uncertainty and challenges to the worldwide economy and people's everyday life. It triggered a multifaceted crisis worldwide. Many wondered on the reason for the growing interest in the so-called pandemic literature and more generally pandemic fiction, which we have witnessed since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. But pandemic literature existed already, that is before the outbreak of COVID-19. Here, Dr. Ganeshan is going to discuss the relevance of pandemic literature from a cross-cultural perspective. Now, I call upon Mrs. N. Sita, Assistant Professor of English, to introduce the chief guest, Dr. V. Ganeshan.
We thank him profusely for accepting our invitation. Professor Dr. Vidagari Ganesan was Professor of German at the Central Institute of English and Foreign Languages, CIEFL, in Hyderabad, India, from 1975 to 2007. He was also the Vice Chancellor of CIEFL from 1996 to 1997 and 2004 to 2005. From 2007 to 2014, he taught German and Hindi at Emory University, Georgia State University, Georgia Institute of Technology, and Goethe Center in Atlanta, USA. Since 2019, he serves as the Emeritus Professor of German at the IIS University, Jaipur, India. He studied Hindi literature, history, and political science at Osmania University and Germanistic and international politics at the University München, Germany, where he obtained his Doctor of Philosophy. He has been a recipient of fellowships from the DAAD, German Academic Exchange Service, Konrad Adenauer Foundation, Germany, and was a Humboldt Fellow at the University München. His field of specializations are German studies, methods of teaching German as a foreign language, DAF, and cross-cultural communication. He has written 2 books in German. He has published over 97 scholarly articles in journals all over the world. Presently, he is in Atlanta, USA. We are really lucky to have such a resource person for our international virtual conference on pandemic literature, Reflexives 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sita. Sir, you have made all of us proud of your achievements and numerous capacities in the term of serving our society. We look forward to get an exposure from the best of the brains on pandemic literature.
So do I start?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So first of all, I got a request. Can you please make sure that everybody switches off their audio? Because if people keep on putting on the audio, there'll be a lot of disturbance. And I would like to be heard. And so my request is please switch off your audio. Okay. So first of all, uh, dear friends in Mailadurai, I would like to thank Shivakama Sundari who initiated the entire thing. And I would like to thank also Dr. Pani and your principal, Dr. Araviri, who accepted the suggestion made by her. And I have taken the risk of inviting me to deliver this talk today. First of all, I would like to make a small correction. I did teach at the Emory University, Georgia State University, and Georgia Tech. I am a retired professor of Central Institute of English and Foreign Languages, not Georgia State University. This would be like in a sudden press conference, you are announcing Sashikala has been appointed as Kolgai Parapu செயலாளர் of DMK. I just want to put the record straight. What qualifies me to give this talk? First of all, let me tell you, Mayiladurai, which I knew as Mayavaram in my childhood, has been in a way part of my life because I went to school in Chidambaram. I went to the Ratnaswamy Chettiar school in Chidambaram. My grandfather used to live there, so the entire area around is very well known to me. And incidentally, my wife Usha, who is no more, she came from Mayavaram. Her grandfather used to live there, Mr. Kanaga Sebastian Pillai, and he was quite popular. Maybe some of you may know him, but later on he moved to Chennai. One more qualification I have is I am not afraid of Corona. Corona maybe is afraid of me, but that's not my problem. I got my vaccinations done, boosters done. I'm waiting to come to India. I'll be arriving there on September 11th, and I'll be there for about 6-7 months, going around giving lectures and conducting workshops and all. I'd also like to tell you what I'm not going to do. First of all, I'm going to speak English which people can understand without problems. If there's any problem, please stop me and tell me that. And I'm not going to use any of the high-tech gadgets. Well, I'm not a great believer in high technology. I am still the old school. So I'm not going to show you any PowerPoint. So don't be disappointed because I'm one of those old teachers who has a little bit of knowledge and wisdom. And my Google is in my head, not only in my laptop. So I have enough power in me to make my point, so I don't need a PowerPoint. I would like to start off by telling you a Thirukkural. எப்பொருள் யார் யார் வாய் கேட்பினும் அப்பொருள் மெய்ப்பொருள் காண்பது அறிவு. I hope many of you know this Kural. I'm repeating it. எப்பொருள் யார் யார் வாய் கேட்பினும் அப்பொருள் மெய்ப்பொருள் காண்பது அறிவு. This applies to this talk also. You need not believe and accept what all I'm saying. I'm just giving you a little bit of food for thought just to stimulate you, maybe to provoke you also. And you have to decide what was useful, what was not useful. I have decided I have divided the talk into several parts. So I'm going to discuss the following aspects. Impact of pandemics on the world. What is pandemic literature? An overview of pandemic literature, where I'm going to say something about pandemic literature outside India, pandemic literature in India, and a little bit whatever I know pandemic literature also in Tamil Nadu. And then I'm going to point out to a cross-cultural difference in the encounter with diseases and pandemic amongst the countries and cultures. They're not same. Then I'm going to conclude by making some remarks on the relevance of pandemic literature for all of us. Let me start. Impact of pandemics on the world. Before we start talking about pandemic literature, first let us understand the relevant words properly. The words endemic, pandemic, epidemic, in the context of spread of a disease, are not used correctly even by medical doctors and medical experts. They also mix it up. This is because the definition of each term is a little fluid depending on the manner in which the disease keeps on spreading and to which places. Endemic is a disease that's regularly found among particular people or in a certain area. An epidemic is a disease that affects a large number of people within a community, population, or region. A pandemic is an epidemic that has spread over multiple countries or continents. For example, when COVID-19 was limited to Wuhan in China, it was an epidemic. When it spread to the whole world, it has turned out to be a pandemic. The outbreak of deadly diseases like typhoid, smallpox, cholera, malaria, and plague has a long history. They are as old as human civilization itself. The world history shows that as explorers discovered new lands and territories, and kings and emperors sent their armies to conquer new territories, they either took with them certain diseases or brought back certain diseases that eventually wiped out large sections of the population. The great Roman and Byzantine empires, for instance, they battled frequent epidemics as they tried to expand the geographical area of their empires. And then there was the Black Death in the mid 14th century, which wiped out more than one third of Europe's population and altered the course of history. With the onset of colonialism, in modern times, the pattern of widespread outbreaks of diseases radically changed. The mobility initiated by the colonial settlers contributed to the quick spread of epidemics, turning them into pandemics. Is my voice and the tone, is it all right? Can
Sir, it is
somebody?
clear.
Yes, sir.
It's okay?
All right, sir. Audible.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll continue. Since different regions and countries across the world were now connected through trade and travelers, Diseases once endemic to a particular region started spreading across international borders. They became epidemics and got transformed into pandemics. We know that the 19th century witnessed three major waves of a cholera pandemic in quick succession: 1817 to 1824, the 1830s, and 1846 to 1860. On each occasion, it started in the Ganges Delta in India and spread to other parts of the world, such as West Asia, Europe, the Americas, China, and Japan, through colonial trading networks. Let us look at the 20th century. COVID-19 pandemic has affected the life of billions of people in the world in different ways. It has dramatically disrupted everyone's life. No one thought that our perception of things, our beliefs and values, and our view of the future would be turned upside down. There are several similarities between the current COVID-19 pandemic and the historical plague and cholera epidemics. Throughout human and literary history, what makes pandemics alike is not mere commonality of germs and viruses, but that initial responses of people every time, particularly those in power, were always the same. The delay with which governments deal with epidemics is often accompanied by distortions and manipulations of facts. We call it an infodemic. To use a recurring word in recent months, and phenomena of stigmatization and social exclusion that further postpone the implementation of effective measures. All kinds of books have been written about the pandemic, particularly from the medical point of view and also socio-political perspective. In this talk, we are not going to talk about those books. Our talk focuses on how epidemics have been handled in literary works internationally. We're going to talk about literary works that have offered accounts of pandemics, thereby reflecting on the human behavior in the time of a deep crisis. What is pandemic literature? Depictions of pandemics presented through the lens of literary authors and poets is called pandemic literature. This kind of literature discusses the psychosocial and the socio-political impact of pandemics in texts of poetry, prose, and drama. These writings are perhaps the richest source of knowledge of humanity's remarkable capacity to endure suffering. Depictions of pandemics presented through the lens of literary authors have everlasting power. Pandemic literature holds a mirror in which cultures, societies, economic systems, and political systems can see their true face. And that's not comfortable. Pandemic literature has a vital role to play in helping us to understand and reflect on our responses to COVID-19 pandemic and thereby honestly realize in what a miserable condition the world is today. Let me move on to an overview of pandemic literature. Pandemic literature is nothing new. It has been there for more than 200 years or so. I would like to offer you selectively a few examples of pandemic literature. For the benefit of the students who are listening to this talk, I'm not going to interpret these works as normally professors would do, but my intention is not to show off my knowledge and wisdom, whatever I may have, but I'm going to tell the students what is the content of these works so that the students can get an idea about how literature has been handling the topic of pandemics. Let's start with pandemic literature outside India. Let's look at pandemic literature produced outside India. It starts way back in the time of Greek Empire. Homer's epic, the Iliad, 8th century BC, from Greece, begins with a plague ravaging the Greek army camp at Troy. The disease had been sent by the god Apollo to punish the Greeks because he was upset with them. Those of you who may know the Bible should know that the biblical book of Exodus describes the 10 plagues of Egypt. In the prologue of Sophocles' Oedipus Rex, 429 BC, the priest tells how the plague affected Thebes. In the Decameron, published in Italy around 1353, a small group of people flee Florence to escape the Black Death and spend 2 weeks telling each other stories to distract from the horror around them. Interestingly, in his plays such as Romeo and Juliet, King Lear, and The Tempest, Shakespeare does use the plague as a metaphorical concept to emphasize how communicable diseases create social and class differences. Daniel Defoe's A Journal of Plague Year 1722, I'm going chronologically, is an extraordinary account of the devastation and human suffering inflicted on the city of London by the Great Plague in 1664. The local authorities in some neighborhoods of London tried to make the number of plague deaths appear lower than it was in reality by simply manipulating and by registering other invented diseases as the recorded cause of death. I hope that sounds familiar to many of us. The Last Man, 1826, written by the English novelist Mary Shelley, is one of the first futuristic apocalyptic novels. The narrator tells of a 21st century world ravaged by plague and extremism, ending in the gradual, inevitable destruction of humanity. In the 1827 novel, The Betrothed, the Italian writer Alessandro Manzoni describes and supports the local population's anger at the official response to the 1630 plague in the city of Milan. In The Indian Cholera, 1835, a play written by the Norwegian poet Henrik Wergeland, the author points out the role of British colonialism in transforming cholera, which was endemic to the eastern part of the Indian subcontinent, into a worldwide pandemic in the first half of 19th century. Edgar Allan Poe, The Masque of the Red Death, published in 1842, illustrates the complete description of a mysterious epidemic where the monarch miserably fails to respond to the disease that afflicts the people. In Tolstoy's The Death of Ivan Ilyich, 1886, in Russian, the doctor is unable to diagnose Ivan's mysterious disease. Ivan's friends and family show complete apathy, and Ivan is left to suffer by himself. Then a transition happens. 19th century bacteriologists had demonstrated that epidemics are caused by germs that infect humans. They also explained the mechanisms of disease transmission and suggested general preventive measures to limit pandemics. By the early 20th century, epidemics were no longer considered divine punishment by God or supernatural events. The world of science took over the problem from the religion. Now let us look at the 20th century. The Scarlet Plague, 1912, by Jack London, describes a futuristic apocalypse due to an outbreak of a fever in the year 2013 called Red Death, which damages the blood vessels of the people and kills most of the world population. The Czech playwright Karel Čapek deals with political and social conflicts over the plague pandemic in his play The White Plague, 1937. The playwright portrays a fascist regime by using the plague as a metaphor in this play. In his novel Twilight in Delhi, it was published in Britain and not in India. In his novel Twilight in Delhi, 1940, published in Britain and set in the backdrop of Spanish flu in Delhi in 1918, Ahmad Ali describes the life of Muslims in Old Delhi between 1911 and 1990. He depicts the themes of disintegration, degeneration, alienation, gender and social conflicts, nostalgia, the downfall of the Mughal emperors, and the effects of colonialism and imperialism on Indian Muslims in Delhi. Although the plague, that is the title of the book, The Plague, 1947, written by the French writer Albert Camus, is set in the French Algerian city of Oran in the 1940s. Camus used sources pertaining to the cholera outbreak that killed a large proportion of the population in Oran in 1849. Considered mainly an existentialist classic, The Plague has been written in allegorical fashion, which depicts the powerlessness of the individual and high handedness of the state during an epidemic like situation. Andrea Barrett's novella Ship Fever, 1966, a piece of carefully researched historical fiction depicting the typhus epidemic of 1847 amongst the Irish immigrants to Canada, is a powerful look at the mechanisms of an epidemic, not only on a medical level, but on moral, social, economic, and political levels also. In this novella, a self doubting, idealistic Canadian doctor's faith in science is tested in 1847 when he takes a hospital post at a quarantine station flooded with diseased, dying Irish immigrants fleeing the potato famine. The Stand, 1978, by Stephen King, describes what happens next in a world where the super flu has killed 99% of the population. The survivors are scared, scattered, divided, and facing a choice between good and evil. The novel, written by the Colombian novelist Gabriel Garcia Marquez, called Love in the Time of Cholera, 1985, explores death and decay as well as love against the backdrop of recurring civil wars and cholera epidemics in the South American continent. In this novel, Marquez presents the conflict between the tradition and modernity as represented by two of his central characters. While one of them represents the traditional attitude towards cholera and advocates accepting cholera as part of life and to continue living, the other person adopts the modernist approach and thinks cholera's eradication is very important. Jose Saramago, his book Blindness, 1995, and this book was mentioned and praised by the Nobel Prize Committee in 1998. It talks about the uncertainty and fear caused by the lack of knowledge about a new spreading virus very convincingly. In this novel, a pandemic sweeps the city and threatens to turn everybody blind. The government decides to counter the spread of the disease through the isolation of the contaminated people. The sick people are led to a mental hospital where they are left by themselves and kept under high surveillance. In the hospital, however, conventional social rules no longer apply and moral values are corrupted. In the Calcutta Chromosome, 1995, by Amitav Ghosh, the author deconstructs the narrative of Western medical science and public health policies. Amitav Ghosh prefers to focus on a scientific and medical culture of the Asian subcontinent, particularly India, evolving from ritualistic and mythical practices rather than rejecting them. The Year of Wonders, a novel of the plague, 2001, by Geraldine Brooks, tells how, when the plague arrives in an isolated village in England, the housemaid Anna Frith emerges as the great heroine in the crisis situation. The Canadian writer Margaret Atwood, in a Mud Adam trilogy consisting of Oryx and Crake 2003, The Year of the Flood 2009, and Mud Adam 2013, questions the reasons and consequences of scientific studies in terms of pandemic. She reveals the effects of a man-made pandemic on human beings and nature. Salvation City 2010 by Siegfried Nuens tells us about a boy whose parents die from a mysterious respiratory illness. Listen to this carefully. In this novel, the author writes what happens. Schools close. Supplies of hand sanitizer and surgical masks dwindle. Understaffed hospitals run out of ventilators. And the new viral variants emerge, causing infections to surge and recede in waves, something which we all know. We all experienced these kind of things during the last 2 years during the COVID crisis. Emily John Mandel's Station 11, 2014, reveals why the modern world fails to react effectively to contain the catastrophes, both a deadly pandemic and individual isolation. In Severance, 2018, Ling Ma provides a contemporary take on the zombie novel as the fictional Shen fever rents people repetitive automatons until their deaths. Perhaps what is more interesting for us is to look at some of the books which have been written the last 2 years during the corona crisis. So I want to draw your attention to some of the books which have been written in the last 2 years. More than 2 years ago, more than 2 years into a global health crisis that has reshaped society and daily life, COVID-19 is leaving an inexorable mark on literary fiction. Many of the new pandemic themed novels seek to capture the texture of daily life in the COVID era, the corrosive effect of isolation, the tedium and monotony of lockdowns and quarantines, the strain on relationships, the way the virus changed casual interactions and ripped some families apart and brought others together. The novel, The Final Contagion, 2020, by Timari and Murari, which was first published in 1978 under the title The Oblivion Tapes, brings the story of an American TV reporter, Pierre Shatner, who discovers the horrifying truth behind a plague that can paralyze and kill millions of people. But the truth has Shatner running for his life. David Hare's Beat the Devil, a COVID monologue, published in 2020, is a short play based on the playwright's contraction of the COVID-19 virus. The Pull of Stars by Emma Donoghue, 2020, is set in Ireland in the year 1980, doubly ravaged by war and disease. Nurse Julia Power works at an understaffed hospital in Dublin, where expectant mothers who have come down with the terrible new flu are quarantined. Several of them die, but several children are also born into the fearful world. In Isabel Allende's Violeta, also published in 2020, the lady narrator who is dying in isolation talks about her life that has taken place between two pandemics, the Spanish flu and the coronavirus. The English author Zara Moss published 2020 her novel The Fell. It's about a woman who defies mandatory quarantine order after she is exposed to COVID. The End of October by Lawrence Wright, 2020, talks about an internment camp in Indonesia where 47 people are pronounced dead due to a mysterious virus. When Dr. Henry Parsons travels to this camp on behalf of the World Health Organization to investigate, he finds that disease will soon have shocking consequences across the entire world. Ian McEwan's Lessons, published in 2021, follows a British man from the 1940s in his twilight years in 2021 when he is living alone in London during lockdown, looking back at his entire life. Anne Taylor's French Braid, published in 2021, follows a Baltimore family from the late 1950s to the upheaval of 2020 when a retired couple finds unexpected joy after their adult son and their grandson come to live with them to be safe from the pandemic. Y.K. Wang's novel Joan is Okay, 2022, centers on an Asian American emergency room doctor in New York and how the virus overwhelms all the hospitals. Let me also mention two poetry anthologies which have been published in India before I move on to pandemic literature in India. It's Ilan Stevens. He has edited the anthology, and We Came Out and Saw the Stars Again. Writers from around the world on the COVID-19 pandemic, published by Penguin in New Delhi in the year 2020. This anthology offers 75 notable translations of poems from all over the world, including Dubravka Ugrech's The Age of Skin, Matai Wisnich's Mr. K released, and Monika Tsugostova's Dressed for a Dance in the Snow. The other anthology has been edited by Nishi Chawla and K. Sachidanandan. The title is Singing in the Dark, a global anthology of poetry under lockdown, also published by Penguin in New Delhi in 2020. Poets from across the world, from the celebrated Kenyan poet Ngugi wa Thiong'o to the Greek poet Yorgos Chauliares, have contributed to this anthology. Both these anthologies offer critical voices on issue of immigration, migration, biopower, and the inequality that have long plagued cultures of late capitalism. I hope whatever I said till now gave you some idea about the pandemic literature outside India. Let's move on to pandemic literature in India. India has encountered several epidemics and pandemics throughout history. In the 19th century, British colonized India was hit drastically by a cholera pandemic multiple times. In 1817, 1829, 1852, 1863, 1881, and 1899. Other epidemics and pandemics followed. I'm just listing them. 1896, Bombay plague epidemic. 1918 to 1920, Spanish flu. 1961 to 1975, cholera epidemic. 1968 to 1969, flu pandemic. 1970 to 1990, polio epidemic. 1974, smallpox epidemic. 1994, Surat plague epidemic. 1994, plague in Surat, and 2002, plague in northern India. 2003, dengue epidemic. 2003, SARS, that is severe acute respiratory syndrome epidemic. 2006, dengue and chikungunya outbreak. 2009, Gujarat hepatitis outbreak. 2014 to 15, Odisha jaundice outbreak. 2014 to 2015, swine flu outbreak. 2018, Nipah virus outbreak. And now, since 2019, coronavirus. In India, references to epidemics and pandemics can be found in the works of some authors in various Indian languages, not many authors. These Indian writers have put a human face to global disease outbreaks by offering a glimpse into the lives of ordinary people and the socio-cultural context of this disastrous crisis. I'd like to point out to some of them and their works. In his story, Rebati, that is a South Indian Revati, 1898, the first ever short story published in Odia, Mohan Senapati writes about the social prejudice during the outbreak of an extremely virulent cholera. Rebati, a young girl from a background village hit by cholera, is determined to get an education. Her conservative grandmother, however, attributes the girl's desire for an education and the steps taken by her father to help the daughter's wish as the real reasons for the cholera outbreak. Master Bhagwan Das explores in his story Plague Ki Chudail, 1902, in Hindi, the fear psychosis in Allahabad during the plague epidemic in the late 19th and early 20th century. He touches upon the challenges and social notions and rituals during the plague epidemic. In this story, the fear of infection from plague leads to the hasty disposal of the body of an unconscious woman who happens to be still alive. When she regains consciousness, people cannot accept it. They believe that she is a witch. The story, Vibhatsa, 1925 in Hindi, by Pandey Bechan Sharma, uses the backdrop of Spanish influenza pandemic of 1918, which was brought to India by the Indian soldiers returning from World War I. In this story, the pandemic struck so much fear in the hearts of the people that nobody wanted to risk their lives and carry the dead bodies to the riverside for cremation. Spotting an opportunity to make some money, the young man, Sumera, starts carrying dead bodies to the cremation sites. Indeed, he earns a handsome amount of money for this service, but he himself gets infected and pays with his own life. He dies. One finds tangible, one finds tangials, tangible references to cholera and the plague, respectively, in the short stories Eidgah, 1933, and Doodh Ka Dam, 1934, of noted Hindi writer Munshi Premchand. In the memoir, it's an autobiography actually, Kulli Bhat, 1939, in English it has been translated as A Life Misspent, by Suryakant Tripathi Nirala. It's also set in the backdrop of 1918 Spanish flu. The author narrates how he lost his wife to the epidemic. Rajendra Singh Bedi from Punjab, in his Urdu short story Quarantine, 1939, depicts the life inside quarantine shelters in India during the bubonic plague epidemic of the 1890s. Bedi points out that people didn't want to go to the shelters which the government offered because they feared the life in these shelters because it was very bad and they were afraid of the shelters more than they were afraid of the plague itself. His story, set in the plains of North India, also shows how healthcare workers, all of whom risked their lives to save the life of others, were treated differently. While Dr. Bakshi is admired for his work in the quarantine shelter, Bhargav, the sweeper, receives absolutely no appreciation for his selfless service. Fanishwar Nath Renu story, short story, Pahalwan Ki Dolak, 1944, set in North India, it's in Hindi, depicts a gloomy winter night in the countryside during a cholera epidemic. The story interconnects the cholera outbreak against the changing socio-political conditions in the 19th century North India. Lutan Singh Pahalwan is the central character of the story. Due to the decline in the extravagant regional courtly culture in the 19th century in India, which coincides with the cholera outbreak, Lutan Singh loses his sons as well as his own life. Again, Fanishwar Nath Renu, in his book Maila Anchal, 1954, narrates the story of Dr. Alak Niranjan, who dedicates his life to helping people in a village in Bihar to fight against various diseases, particularly Kala Azar, and also supports them in their fight against social injustice. The Malayalam novelist George Verghese Kakanandan captures in his novel Vasuri, 1968, the outbreak of smallpox in a remote hamlet in Kerala. The different ways in which the local residents react to the crisis constitutes a central theme of his fascinating novel. The Hindi novel Pahigar, 1991 by Kamalakant Tripathi, is set in the time of first struggle for independence in 1857 and has the deadly disease of cholera and plague in its background. Kudrat Ullah Sahab's story, Jammu Mein Plague, in Urdu, this is the first chapter of his autobiography, Shahab Nama, published in 1996, describes the horrors of the plague as it spreads through Kashmir during his childhood. The Bengali novel, Abhiram Jwarar Rupkatha, 2018, by Ashok Mukhopadhyay, talks about three generations of doctors who try to fight against the diseases rampant in Kolkata. Karonia Kant, it comes from Corona. Karonia Kant, 2020, by Prajakta Gavane, is a Marathi novel on Corona lockdown, which talks about the nature-loving tribal people and whether and how Corona may affect their lifestyle. The Kannada novel Danduga by Amaresh Nugadoni, 2020, explores the dynamics of the community, government, and the private sector during the pandemic and the consequences of the lockdown as experienced by three students stuck in a university town away from home during lockdown. Let me say a few words about pandemic literature in Tamil Nadu. If one looks for pandemic literature in Tamil, one doesn't find much. This has been my experience, and I'll be very grateful to any one of you who could give me more information on that. As far as I know, in 1924, Anthony Muthupillai published a plague Sindhu, like Kavadi Sindhu, which has about 46 songs. A similar 8-page publication titled Plague Sindhuvam Varnanal Nigadna Alangola Sindhuvam, a Sindhu on plague and one on the havoc wreaked by Varunan, written by Muthukaundar and Venkatrama Reddy, both witnesses to the tragedy in 1916 in Edapadi in Salem, the year when the twin tragedies of plague and the flood visited the district. Tamil rapper Arivu, he has sung about COVID-19 in his song Vanakkam Virus. The popular writer Shiva Shankari has written 4 short stories during the COVID lockdown. One of the stories titled Kudiyerigal Don't misunderstand it. Kudiyerigal is not the people visiting the Tasmak shop. Kudiyerigal means migrants. It's about migrant laborers from Tamil Nadu living in Telangana and the struggle they have as they walk their way to their hometowns. Let me move on. I want to throw this in. You know, in the Tamil culture, Tamil Nadu culture, whenever you go and buy some vegetable, you're not happy with what do you get. Suppose you want 1 kilo kathirikai. You're not happy with it. He has to give you something extra, some kosur. Either he has to throw in 2 more kathirikais or some kotamali and karvapila. That's what I'm doing now. I'm throwing in a kosuru now. Cross-cultural differences in facing diseases and pandemics. Very often, because of the colonial past, we are still very colonial. We are not got out of colonialism in our mind, even today. That's very unfortunate. Compared to the manner in which contagious diseases outbreaks receive considerable attention elsewhere in the world, our question should be, why is it in modern Indian literatures the same kind of attention is not paid to contagious disease outbreaks? Why? The first thing I want to tell you is, I know we are in the habit, because the colonial thing, particularly all English professors do this in our country, and also sociology professors, anthropology and all. They still follow books from Europe. Most of them don't know any Indian language properly. They can talk to you about India and Indian culture only in English, not in any Indian language. And their favorite hobby is, when people catch a cold in England or in US, these people in India start sneezing. So, why is it we don't have that kind of pandemic literature? We need not feel ashamed about it. This is what we call in Tamil Veetukku Veedu Vasapadi. This is a cross-cultural problem and we have to think seriously about this. We should stop all the time imitating. What is the problem, according to me? Each society handles diseases, epidemics, and pandemics in different ways because of the cultural characteristics of that particular society. I'll give you a small example. When you take blood pressure, it's very interesting. If you compare England and Germany, in England, the British gentleman is always has a low tone. Okay. So if he gets agitated, gets angry, gets high blood pressure, it is considered a disease. In Germany, Germans are normally very assertive and aggressive. They always talk also loud. They are always willing to fight. So in Germany, having a high blood pressure is normal. If a German becomes silent and gets low blood pressure, then that's a serious disease. So let's come back to our problem. So what happens is, cultural differences among societies lead people to exhibit different behavior in the face of health crisis, because culture is a collective programming of the mind that distinguishes the members or one group of category of people from the other. In other words, culture is the operating system of humans. I'll give you one more example. There's a big difference between the way doctors treat patients in India and doctors treat patients in the US. In India, I'm 75 years young. If I go to a doctor and I get my blood sugar tested or my BP tested, it's slightly high, 10 points maybe. And the bitter truth is the pharmaceutical industry fixes these parameters. If they want to sell more medicine, from tomorrow they will say 140, 70 is not normal blood pressure, it's normal now. They will say from tomorrow 120 and 60 will be normal. So if you are 140, 70 today, tomorrow you are sick, because the pharmaceutical industry wants to sell medicine. So what happens is, the Indian doctor, even if I insist, because of all my exposure to the so-called world, doctor, you have to give me some medicine. The Indian doctor will smile and say, sir, in his own Indian English, sir, this is because of age, sir. What do you expect? Any machine gets old. So 10 points is nothing, sir. Go home and be happy with your family. In America, if my blood sugar or my BP goes up by 10 points, I'm still peaceful because I'm cross-culturally okay. You know, my American doctor starts doing a Rudra Tandavam. He gets very upset about the entire thing. He thinks it's a big problem. He will put me on some new tablets, or he will say, move to insulin, all kinds of things. It's the approach. And you know, another difference. In the US, if I go with my wife to the doctor, my wife has a problem, the doctor checks. Whatever is the result, he will tell the result only to my wife, not to me. It's data protection, privacy, unless she has signed a statement saying that she allows him to share the medical information with me. So he will tell my wife bluntly what it is. This is what happened to her. She was diagnosed with cancer. They bluntly told her, you have cancer. You have hardly 1 year to live. Imagine that in India. In India, the doctor will not tell the patient anything. He will tell all the relatives. The old man is in the intensive care unit, maybe, and the doctor will come. And doctor knows this man is going to die within 1 week. No, the Indian doctor psychologically does it the other way around. He will tell the patient, sir, don't worry, sir. You are going to be present at the wedding of your grandson. Then he will come out and tell everyone, he is going, you can inform everybody. These are all cultural differences which we are not even conscious of. So what is the difference I'm trying to point out? The way you look at disease, any disease, the way you look at life is culturally oriented. Due to time constraint, I'm pointing out only to one major difference. You know, the traditional medicine of Tamil Nadu is Siddha Maruthu, Siddha Vaidyam. That is our system. And added to that, if you go a little beyond that, Ayurvedam is also our Indian tradition. But interestingly, we call them as alternate medicines. They are the main medicines for us. The Western medicine, allopathy is an alternate medicine for us. Think about it. Interestingly, Siddha Marthvam differentiates between the subjective symptoms of a disease as felt by the patient. It's called Meipadu in Tamil. And the objective symptoms visible to the doctor, it's called Noikuri. They divide it. Our approach in the Indian culture to diseases, this applies to most parts of India. I'm talking about Tamil Nadu because we are right now meeting in Tamil Nadu. Our approach to disease is governed by the principle of what we call in Tamil Varumun Karpadu, protecting before it happens. Whereas the European approach is Vanda Pen Karpadu, taking care of it once it is there. That is why we have phrases and proverbs like in Tamil, நோயற்ற வாழ்வு குறைவற்ற செல்வம், வெள்ளம் வரும் முன் அணை கட்ட வேண்டும், கண்கெட்ட பிறகு எதற்கு சூரிய நமஸ்காரம், சுவர் இருந்தால்தான் சித்திரம் வரையலாம். Now I want to tell one word to our friends, particularly from North India who may be listening to this talk. I have no choice. I had to say certain things in Tamil. But I hope that will be a good experience for you. If you do not understand it, you can ask your Tamil friends, whatever I'm saying in Tamil. But it will be a good experience for you to imagine what happens to a Tamil speaking person when he is forced to listen to Hindi, demanding from him that he should understand Hindi. It's a similar experience you're getting right now. That is why, because of this approach to disease, in all our literature in Tamil, you find lots and lots of medical information and medical advice. In Tamil literature, they didn't write exclusively medical books. Every literary piece has got some medical aspect in it. Tolkapiyam, Sanga Ilakkiyam, Aimberum Kapiyangal, Thirumandiram, Thirukural, Kurinchi Padal, all of them offer us valuable information on diseases spices, and herbs, and subsequently relevant advice for a treatment and also how to lead a healthy life. Thiruvalluvar says, Kural 942, மருந்தென வேண்டாவாம் யாக்கைக்கு அருந்தியது அற்றது போற்றி உனின். There is no medicine is necessary for a person who eats after assuring himself that what he has already eaten has been properly digested. Another குறள், இழிவறிந்து உண்பான் கண் இன்பம் போல் நிற்கும் கழிபேர் இறையான் கண்ணோய். It says, actually happiness dwells in the person who eats moderately, whereas every kind of disease dwells with the glutton who keeps on eating voraciously. You remember what Avayar said, also about health. ஒரு நாள் உணவை ஒழியென்றால் ஒழியாய், இருநாளுக்கு ஏலென்றால் ஏலாய், ஒரு நாளும் என் நோவறியாய் இடும்பை கூர் என் வயிறே உன்னோடு வாழ்தல் அரிது. Look at the concept. Health is connected in our culture with nature. It's related to two things. One is living in harmony with nature. The other one is living in harmony with also gods. It has got a religious coating on it. We have a holistic approach. You know, holistic approach is the most favorite word in the field of didactics. Everybody uses it, even though nobody knows how to practice it. We had a holistic approach to life and health. That's why we talk about Pancha Bhudangal or Tamil Aimbhudangal. Tolkappiyam says, நிலம் நீர் வழி விசும்போடு ஐந்தும் கலந்த மயக்கம் உலகம். That is, இந்த உடல் என்பது பஞ்சபூதங்களான நிலம், நீர், நெருப்பு, காற்று மற்றும் ஆகாயத்தாலானது. உடலின் கூட்டமைப்பு என்று பார்த்தால் அதில் 72 விழுக்காடு நீரும், 12 விழுக்காடு நிலமும், 6 விழுக்காடு காற்றும், 4 விழுக்காடு நெருப்பும், மீதி 6 விழுக்காடு ஆகாயமும் கலந்து இவ்வுடல் உருவாகியிருக்கிறது. To put it in English, we believe that the human body is made up of 5 elements of earth, water, fire, air, and sky. The body is made up of 72% of water, 12% land, 6% air, 4% fire, the remaining 6% air. Human beings are expected to live in harmony with all these 5 elements. Contrary to this, the general approach in the so-called Western medicine is based on the attempt of the human being not to live harmoniously with the nature, but to conquer the nature, control it. And we are seeing the result today, what has happened out of it. Okay. Tirumular talks about both life and body and says, உடம்பார் அழியின் உயிரார் அழிவர், திடம்பட மெய்ஞானம் சேரவு மாட்டார், உடம்பை வளர்க்கும் உபாயம் அறிந்தே, உடம்பை வளர்த்தேன் உயிர் வளர்த்தேனே. Interestingly, this I request all the Tamil speaking persons to explain to peoples of other languages. You see, it gets reflected in the language also. Tamil is a language where we have உயிர் எழுத்துக்கள் and then we have மெய் எழுத்துக்கள். மெய் is the body. உயிர் is the prana. உயிர் எழுத்துக்கள், மெய் எழுத்துக்கள். And both of them have to harmonize by becoming உயிர் மெய் எழுத்துக்கள். Tirumular says, உள்ளம் பெருங்கோயில் ஊனுடம்பு ஆலயம். So, when people had diseases, normally in the Indian tradition, in whichever part of India, because it was always connected with religion, we are not debating on that. I'm only stating facts. I'm not passing value judgment. When people had very, very serious diseases, they automatically started praying and were seeking help from the gods. That is why in South India, even today, you recite Kanda Sashti Kavasam. In North, they recite Hanuman Chalisa. For example, we have heard that Thirinyana Sambandar, he got cured by creating, that is writing, creating and reciting Kolarupadiga. And Arunagirinathar, by creating and reciting Thirupugal, you know the Thirupugal which he started writing in Thiruvannamalai, you know how the first one starts. முத்தைத்தரு பத்தித் திருநகை அத்திக்கிரை சத்திச் சரவண முத்திக்குரு வித்திக்குருவன் என ஓதும். Even today, let us not forget it. We need not be ashamed of it. That's our culture. Even today, when we want to handle a disease, before we go to the doctor, we pray to God and we offer him something. We'll say, if I get cured, I'll come to your temple and do this puja or this abhishekam or tulabharam. During COVID, interestingly, many people in Coimbatore went to a Mariamman temple, which is in Venkatapuram in Coimbatore, to offer prayers seeking divine intervention and help to recover from corona. This temple now has been renamed as the Plague Mariamman Temple. You know, Mariamman worship, there's only one small example. Mariamman worship is used as an effective tool in the fight against diseases, especially the ones like smallpox. Neem leaves and turmeric, both symbols of Mariamman worship, are generously used in treatment of such diseases. I will be happy if you start thinking about this aspect of also cross-cultural treatment or response to diseases and pandemics. What is the Tamil word for pandemic literature? Well, you can debate. You can ask even Solomon Papaya, maybe he may give you a better address. But from my rudimentary knowledge, the word I would coin is pandemic literature in Tamil is nothing but Pandaram literature, because all these people who wrote these things, they were all Pandarams. Okay, let me come to the conclusion. What does pandemic literature mean to all of us? Why is it we should read it? Why should we should reflect on it? What is the relevance of pandemic literature for all of us? Let me quickly count certain things, and with that I'm coming to the end of my talk. Okay. Literature has had a major impact on the development of every society. It has shaped civilization and nations. It plays an important role in transforming society and contributing significantly to the growth of cultures, societies, and nations. Pandemic literature gives us an opportunity to study texts and understand how pandemics have historically been projected by different authors in different cultures. Pandemic literature texts look compassionately at every human being and go deeper than normal statistics or historical records. It does not counter modern science, but serves as a source of comfort and means of expressing common humanistic concerns. Pandemic literature mirrors human behaviors and feelings at times of extreme situations caused by pandemics. Pandemic literature shows how people, societies, and governments have perceived and reacted to disease outbreaks. The authors show in their literary works how a pandemic, which begins as a biological phenomenon, always has a problematic political, social, and economic context that explains the behavior of the people in a crisis. Pandemic literature points out to the uncomfortable and bitter truth that epidemics have been very often used by the government or of the respective country to tighten up their grip on the population. Pandemic literature investigates how pandemics have shaped politics, crushed the culture of dissent, and led countless inequalities in societies to continue to exist. Pandemic literature exposes the carelessness, incompetence, and selfishness of those in power as the sole instigator of the fury of masses, and reminds us that social hierarchies, racial differences, and wealth determine people's ability to shield from the ravages of pandemics. Pandemic literature tries to provide us consolation in times of need and inspires us compassion and gives people a new perspective on their lives and the lives of others. Pandemic literature offers tips on how to tap and build our inner resilience. Pandemic literature has the power to uplift us. That's something we all badly need in these tense times. Reading literature during the period of crisis encourages us to overcome the problems of isolation, to retain sanity, to foster resilience, to infuse empathy, and above all, pick up the courage to face the future with the required hope. Let me conclude. Sometimes a single line you read in a book can stay with you for a long time in your life to build a positive approach to life and inspire you during the tough time of life. I modestly hope that this talk of mine today will also, or I will, I hope that this talk of mine today has given you a similar experience. Thank you all for your patience. I wish each and every one of you what you wish for yourself. If you want to contact me, please write down. If you want to contact me, please write down my email address. It is one word, all written small, German Ganeshan, G-R-M-A-N, Ganesan, not G-A-N-E-S-A-N, Tamil way, no, G-A-N-E-S-H-A-N, German Ganeshan at gmail.com. You can write to me. I'm accessible. I'm approachable. I'll be happy to interact with you. You can send me all your questions. You can also send your feedback on this talk. Even if you think it is all nonsense, write to me and tell me it is all a nonsense, then I'll prove it to you as a linguist. The word nonsense has got three parts, N-O-N, S-E-N, S-E. And if you look at it carefully, even the word nonsense, if you remove the non as one third of it, two-thirds still makes sense. Thank you very much once again. You will see me on Facebook. Remember my face. Look for my name. On Facebook, you'll also find a group called Students of Ganeshan. I'm saying modestly, only 1,000 students of mine from all over the world are in that group. You can join the group. Whenever you feel dull, you feel depressed, particularly the young men, don't become a Devadas. Go to Facebook. There is a page, Swami Sukhananda. Go to that page, look at the page. You will find very, very interesting philosophical and spiritual messages. If you want to meet Swami Sukhananda, you need not do anything because it was Swami Sukhananda who was talking to you till now. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your profound knowledge with us. Dr. Ganeshan, he has gave a list of pandemic literature in India, outside India, and in Tamil Nadu. And he says each society handles pandemic according to the culture of the society because culture is operating the humans. And he insisted living in harmony with nature because our body is also in harmony with the Panjabhutangal. Good things come to people who wait. Better things come to those who go out and get them. But the best things come to us through our learned professor, Dr. V. Ganeshan. Now, I request our chairperson, Dr. K. Ponni, to give her review.
Yeah, and I also wanted to tell you, if anybody has any question, I'm willing to answer them. If it's no problem for you people. Okay, thank you.
Of course,
Students, do you have any doubts?
If you have a question, please switch on
do
your
you want to,
video and tell me your name and what you're doing, then ask me the question. I want to see you.
girls, feel free.
Anybody has any question? You can ask me anything you want.
All the participants, feel free to ask questions to our Swami Sukhananda.
Yeah, anybody can ask me, and particularly those of you who are teachers, you should be asking a lot of questions because your complaint is
Good morning,
always
sir.
students never ask anything. So you do it now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good
You
morning,
are
sir.
right.
Yeah.
Hello, this is Dr. Anbaran from Salem Government Arts College.
Okay.
So thank you very much for neatly summing up the relevance and significance of pandemic literature. So can we call pandemic literature as a dramatic monologue of humanity in crisis?
Nice.
Well, you can. Why not? Why not?
Thank you.
That's a very interesting
you, sir.
expression. And that's one way of looking at it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you
That's
very much,
good.
sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good
As
morning,
long
sir.
as, sorry, Dr. Anbaragan, as long as you don't translate whatever you said in English into
Sir.
Tamil, Oppari or Plakanam, then it's okay.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Thank you.
Nice, sir. Thank you for your
Thank you.
translation too, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Who was that now? Abhinaya? Somebody wanted to ask a question.
Good
Yeah.
morning, sir.
Good morning, Abhinaya.
I'm Ms. Sabinaya from Second M English.
Okay.
How that pandemic literature creates lot of social problems in a good manner. That is my question, sir.
Why do you think it creates problems?
Because it creates lot of negative consequences in our society.
What
That's
way?
why, sir.
What way? See, you
Domestic
cannot.
violence.
No. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't know in which track are you. I mean, unless somebody in your family uses your pandemic literature book to take it and hit on your head, yes, then it has got a negative consequence. I agree with you. Pandemic literature educates you. It helps you. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So pandemic literature is not like watching a film of a Kodambakam hero. That damages you. Okay. Literature is always there to help us. It
Yes,
helps
sir.
us to improve our language. See, I'll tell you what is the advantage. Did you by chance have corona?
No, sir. By God's
Thank God.
blessings, we don't have.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Fine. See, suppose a person had corona. He has been sitting all alone. And many people sometimes don't have a family around them. Okay. And if he reads a book like that, he gets a comfortable feeling, oh, I am not the only one who had to suffer.
Yes, sir.
You know,
Yes, sir.
everybody seems to be suffering. That makes you feel a little better. See, again, interestingly, we are talking of suffering. Whereas in Tamil, we always say, you never say, Yan petra tunbam perugai vayagam. You
Yes,
always
sir.
say, Yan petra inbam perugai vayagam. You see? That's a
Yes.
kind of thing. So, do you live in Mayavaram, Mayiladuthurai?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so next time I come there, we'll meet. Okay, and we'll discuss further. In the
Thank you, sir.
meanwhile, you ask your teachers if you have any doubts, but don't have a negative attitude to anything. It all depends on how you look at it. Okay?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank
Okay.
you for your clarification, sir.
See, if you read Kambaramayanam, if you look at it positively, if you read Kambaramayanam before you buy a cell phone,
Okay,
you know,
sir.
Kambaramayanam is very useful for
Yes, sir.
buying a cell phone. You know why?
Certain
I can
classes.
tell you. In Kambaramayanam, Kambar says, Sita is standing on the balcony. Ramar is walking down, looking at her. He says, Avarum
Annalum.
Nokia, Annalum Nokia,
Annalum
Avalum
Nokia,
Nokia.
Avalam
So they had Nokia phone. So you can learn something from Kambaramayanam. As long as you don't say Kambaramayanam was written by Sekira.
Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other question?
Good morning, sir. This is Dr. Krishnamurthy from AVC.
Okay.
Hope you remember me.
Yes, of course. I'll tell you one thing. I don't remember you. You know why? Because you're an English teacher, I'm explaining this to you. How can I, or why should I, and how can I remember somebody whom I have never forgotten? Now ask your question.
Do you consider pandemic as a bane to literature or a boon to literature?
Anything and everything is, for me, a positive support in literature. Anything and everything. That is the purpose of literature. The purpose of literature is to use the language in a special way and stimulate your thoughts. I'll give you a small comparison. Literature has got a quality. If you take, my generation, if you take the songs of Kannadasan, whether it is Kalangalil Aval Pasandam or you take Ponal Pogatum Poda, that is literature. It has a message, useful message. Compare that with the, well, you can use the word pandemic cinema songs today in Tamil Nadu. Kalyanam கட்டிக்கிட்டு ஓடி போலாமா ஓடி போய் கல்யாணம் பண்ணிக்கலாமா. That's a difference. Every piece of literature, when the poet puts in his efforts with a hidden message, it's very, very valuable as far as I'm concerned. Even Thiruvalluvar, Thirukkural, is useful for the IT fellows, corporate fellows, because only you have to change the Thirukkural a little. You remember what he said about people? I'm changing it. Today's Thirukkural will be டை கட்டி வாழ்வாரே வாழ்வார் மற்றெல்லாம் கை கட்டி பின் செல்லுவார். So it's a question of approach. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Friends, any other questions? Sir is available only now, so you can clarify your doubts and questions to him now.
Now, whatever questions you have right now, today, ask me right now. Okay? From tomorrow, if I have questions, either you send me an email or write it down. And when I come to Mailadurai, we'll sit down and talk.
Definitely, sir.
Any doubts you have, get it cleared right now. That's what a good student has to do. Once the class is over, you get your clarifications. Don't keep on postponing it. Any questions? Nothing?
Shall we conclude, sir?
Yeah, okay, fine. Thank you.
I want to give a simple review. I cannot review. Okay. Now, Sivagama Sundari is asking a question to you.
What is she?
Proceed, proceed.
Sir, good
Yes.
evening. Good evening, sir.
Tell me.
Sir, your session might have gone as a great surprise to others, but the response, what I expected, is what we received to your session gave us, and it was greatly inspirational and enriching, informative. And actually, I don't have question to ask you now. At present, I don't have a question because I have written many. I will be asking you separately. But one thing I would like to tell you here is your session will go to the scholars, the list of books and things you have shared through your session will go to the scholars as a persuasion to begin their research in this area. So because very few work since our scholars began and doing in this area. So it's a very great help you have rendered to the scholars and to our students. And so for that, I would like to thank you a lot and thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful session and as how we expected. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sivagam Sundari, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Are you going to invite me again?
Definitely, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
No doubt in it, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Puni, you have to switch on your microphone. We can't hear.
Again,
Yeah,
thank
okay.
you, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much. 75 years, young man, Dr.
Thank you.
Ganeshan. You are the right person for this topic, relevance of pandemic literature, reflections from a cross-cultural perspectives. Born in India, studied German, and living in United States, you should be the right person for this cross-cultural context. You have started with a Tirukural and differentiated pandemic and epidemic, went on towards Black Death, colonial settlers, then you went on to psychosocial cultural perspectives of pandemic literature. Then you came to our country, that is your country and my country, and outside India. Then you came here to South India, Tamil Nadu, and offered us some kosurus. You have put a lot of effort to collect data and presented us a scholarly lecture. It is not only literary, but also highly analytic, scientific, interspersed with psycho-socio-cultural perspectives. You have brought out the cultural orientation of people around the world. It is so interesting, and you are paradoxical regarding the different schools of medicines. We are happy to hear the medical aspects of Tamil literary pieces, the harmony with nature, the holistic approach of Tamil writers, especially Panchabhuta philosophy of Tolkappiyar. You improvised towards Tirumolar, Mariamman worship, and you termed this Totrilakyam into Pandaram literature as well. You arrived towards your own definition for pandemic literature, and you have advised us to have inner resilience. Definitely, we will have it. Thank you very much, sir, for being our ambassador of India as well as super specially Tamil Nadu. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Now, let us start our plenary session 2. Our resource person is Dr. Rajkumar Eligedi, Assistant Professor, Department of English Literature, School of Literary Studies, English, and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad, Telangana State. Much of the literature on pandemic often describes the neglect, incompetence, and selfishness of those in power. In this literature, we can also find something else, something intrinsic to the human condition. And this something brings us back to information and awareness. Dr. Rajkumar is going to share his views on thinking through pandemic literature, a critical perspective. I would like to call Mrs. R. Sita Lakshmi, Assistant Professor of English, to introduce the chief guest.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Ma'am,
Yes,
am I
you're
audible? Okay,
Yes,
okay.
you're
Thank you.
audible.
Thank you. Respected principal, beloved head of the department, dear colleagues, professors of various colleges and universities, research scholars, and students. It is necessary to be aware of what others are doing, applaud their efforts, acknowledge their success, and encourage them in their pursuit. I'm happy to introduce the resource person of the plenary session 2, Dr. Rajkumar Eligedi. Dr. Rajkumar has a very rich and sound profile which runs up to 25 pages. Due to time factor, I just highlight few of his achievements. Dr. Rajkumar Eligedi is at present Assistant Professor of English Literature, School of Literary Studies, English and Foreign Languages, University, Hyderabad. His teaching and research areas include English literature, comparative literature, translation studies, women's studies, and ELT. He worked as visiting professor in Symbiosis Law School, constituent of Symbiosis International University, Hyderabad, from the year 2015 to 16. Assistant professor in College of Sciences and Humanities, Prince Saturn bin Abdulaziz University, Saudi Arabia, from the year 2016 to 21. He worked as Assistant Professor of English and Foreign Languages, University, Hyderabad, from the year 2021 onwards. Sir was a member of Northeastern Modern Languages Association. Sir has cleared Tamil Nadu State Eligibility Test, Andhra Pradesh State Eligibility Test, Telangana State Eligibility Test, and UGC National Eligibility Test. He worked on a major research project on translating Saudi folk narratives into English. It is approved by the Deanship of Scientific Research, Prince Saturn bin Abdulaziz University, Saudi Arabia. Some of the fellowships and awards. Sir secured a partial bursary to participate in the IBN Tibon Translation Studies, Doctoral and Teacher Training Summer School, a 2-week summer school organized by University of Ljubljana, Slovenia, Bogazici University, Turkey, University of Turku, and University of Tampere, Finland, University of Granada, Spain, held at University of Granada from 26/6/17 to 7/7/2017. He worked on PhD project at Institute of English and American Studies, Technische University Dresden, Germany, for 1 semester from April to September 2012 under the Student Exchange Program between English and Foreign Languages University and Technische University Dresden, sponsored by Government of India and German Academic Exchange Service. Sir has participated in the 11th ASNEL GNEL conference, West Politics, Post-Colonial Eco-Criticism Between Imagination and Occupation, held on 2nd to 6th September 2016 at Potsdam University, Germany, with the funding from the German Academic Exchange Program. If one takes a closer look at the alchemy of a resource person, 2 distinct virtues pop up besides perseverance and hard work. They are pioneering spirit and willingness. Our resource person of this session is a living inspiration to the young ones. We are so lucky that he really finds a way to be with us today despite his hectic schedule. I now invite our resource person, Dr. Rajkumar Eligidi, to take over the session. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Is my PPT visible, ma'am? The PowerPoint? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
And the PPT is visible, right?
So your screen is presented, but we could not see your PPTs there.
Can you see it now?
Not yet, sir. Yes, sir, it is visible. Sir, your PPT is visible now.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes, sir.
The PPT is visible, right?
Sir, your PPT is visible and your audio is very clear.
Right, okay. So I would like to thank Sita Mahalakshmi madam for that elaborate and kind introduction. And I also thank Dr. Shivakam Sundari for inviting me to speak on this topic, and all the other professors and the participants in this forum. And I think the first session was very thought-provoking and inspiring. So thank you so much, sir, Professor Ganeshan. So I think I have given this title, Thinking Through the Pandemic Literature, a Critical Perspective. So, the idea was to just look at the literature and see whether we can, discuss it from the, critical, perspective. So I just begin with Maya Angelou's statement here. She says, and I quote, You may not control all the events that happen to you, but you can decide not to be reduced by them. Whether this is relevant here, that if you look at pandemic as an event, this is something that we cannot control, but we can also try and see that we cannot be reduced by that event. So what I'm basically going to do now, so I'll just give an overview of it. So I'll be raising some questions here. It's not that I have answers to the questions. I will be raising some questions, and also looking at some of the existing writers and scholarship and their commentary on the pandemic literature, and looking at some perspectives from literatics and theory, and see whether we can look at reading literature, whether it can actually offer any meaning in our life. How do you look at storytelling, and does it offer any meaning again in our life? There are so many problems around this pandemic. So one of them I identified as the fear as the biggest issue. And what happens to this concept of home in this crisis? Does this concept of home changed after the pandemic? So that is another issue that I'm looking at. And if you look at the historical perspective of the pandemics, you feel that change is inevitable, that we can't stop change. That is one thing is constant. And I thought it contributed to so much of inequalities that pandemic as an issue. And if you look at it, the philosophy, I thought philosophy has some answers to the questions or the issues raised during the pandemic. And if you look at pandemic as an opportunity, does it solve the problems? And in particular, I looked at the myth of Sisyphus, where I feel that if you look at the individual's persistent struggle against so many odds and so many problems, and can we call pandemic as an intellectual malaise? That's another question. And if you try to rethink the human life, I think there is a strong resilience that is visible. And I'll be concluding with again Maya Angelou, that where she says, take up the battle, and looking at the life as a battle, life as a struggle, and this is your life and this is your life and this is your world. So we need to just fight it. And what is the relevance of pandemic literature, if you look at it? And what is the purpose of reading pandemic literature? So these are the two beginning questions I have. And one more issue that I felt when I was thinking about this presentation and all. See, suppose we are engaging with the pandemic literature now because there is a pandemic and all. But what happens to the pandemic literature when there is no pandemic? So will it be relevant for academics and for the students who want to engage with it? That I think one concern I have. So you can think about it. So as I said, what is the meaning of? Can we actually make meaning out of this entire context? So because if you look at what is the meaning of life in these times of global crisis, I think this is the biggest question. And is it like kind of a lesson for the humanity? How do you look at it? Are there any lessons for all of us? And what happens to the human life when we actually have to go through these kind of crises? And do they actually pass? So in this crisis, how do we look at this role of home? Because I think most of us have been staying at home, working from home and all that. And did it change over a period now? And what happens to the friends and the family, in these difficult times? How do you understand them in this context? And what is the role of humanities in this crisis? Does it have anything meaningful to offer? And if you look at critical theory, does it offer a meaningful narrative? Because we have so many narratives around pandemic. So what is the role of critical theory? Or can we make meaning through this reading literature and theory, etc.? Or can we call just reading and thinking as a way of life if the crisis continues? So these are some of the questions that I wanted to raise and for you to think around. So pandemic literature exists not just to analyze the reasons for the pestilence, that may not even be its primary purpose. Rather, the telling of stories is a reminder that sense still exists somewhere. That if there is not meaning outside of the quarantine zone, there is at least meaning within our invented stories. So what I felt was, the storytelling can be, or listening to the stories, reading stories, can be more meaningful, that we find meaning in these stories. And I just thought of Shakespeare, because I think when I looked at the literature, so, and he says in his Eyes You Like It, all the world is a stage and all the men and women are merely players. They have their exits and their entrances. So if you look at the purpose of life and its impermanence of life, right? So there's a time factor to this, and there is also, aging and memory and purpose of life. So I feel that, if you look at the pandemic and the impact of it, so this is a realization that everybody ages, and the life is actually not permanent. So I think it reflects on our own absurdity of, life, that everybody has their own entrance, but they also have their exit. So I think that's the reality. And I've actually kind of, found some statements on the problems around pandemic, that Stephen Maggie says, and I quote, "The world is filled with problems that are waiting to be solved." And again, he says another statement where, after it emerged that COVID-19 was predominantly killing the elderly, I decided to maintain the body chemistry of a younger person to protect myself. So I think the initial impact of the pandemic was mostly on elderly. So I think therefore, whom to treat first, and the prioritization of the governments and the healthcare practitioners reflects here. And another quote by Asa Don Brown: "The pandemic has created a new wave of homelessness, and we are not prepared for the consequences of this looming tsunami." So, like one of those issues, that homelessness, actually it created so many issues, and one of them was the homelessness, and I think we are not, ready for that. And the fear, I think, is one of the biggest factors. Like, there's a statement by Ada Liman. So she says, like, quoting Mary Oliver, "Listen, are you breathing just a little and calling it a life?" And I almost began to cry. I kept thinking of how scared I have been and how scared many of us have been during these years of the pandemic. And of course, it's not just the pandemic. So many overwhelming fears. I read that quote and I suddenly longed for breathe, for relief, for the end of fear. So I think this is, one of the biggest pandemic, that we're all scared. And there's another statement by Kate Bowler. "But no matter how carefully we schedule our days, master our emotions, and try to wring our best life now from our better selves, we can't solve the problem of finitude. We will always want more. We need more." So we are carrying the weight of caregiving and addiction, chronic pain and uncertain diagnosis, and struggling teenagers and kids with learning disabilities and mental illness and abusive relationships. So if you look at the statement that we always want more and we actually need more, so there is no satisfaction with what we have. I think that's one of the issues. There's another statement: "A grandmother has been sheltering without a visitor for months, and a friend's business closed its doors. Doctors, nurses, and frontline workers are acting as levies, feeling each surge of the disease crash against them." So there's so many, I think examples. If you see, there are so many people who are influenced, and they are, they don't have jobs, and they don't have their businesses, and there are so many issues. I think one of them is this, that somebody has to close their, business, and they don't have anything to, live on. The truth of the pandemic is the truth of all suffering, that it is unjustly distributed. Who bears the brunt? The homeless, the elderly, and the children, the sick, and the uninsured. So, all of us struggle against the constraints placed on our bodies, our commitments, our ambitions, and our resources. Even as we are saddled with inflated expectations of invincibility. So this is a strange cruelty of suffering in America, and its insistence that everything is still possible. And Eric says, "It's the poets, artists, and musicians that will carry us through the pandemic attacks into a new reality. So they are the ones who tell us how to navigate, breathe, feel, think, enjoy, and fully live our lives." So we have a chance to do something extraordinary. As we heard out of this pandemic, we can change the world, create a world of love. A world where we are kind to each other. Let love and kindness be our roadmap. This is by Johnny Cohn. So I hope I'm audible, right?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you. So looking at this concept of home again, Lara says, home is the nicest world there is. And we are going to home because that is the best thing that to do right now. So I was just thinking around this concept of home again, like, what happens to the home. And then another statement by Murakami, he says, pain is inevitable and suffering is optional. Say you are running and you think, man, this hurts, I can't take it anymore. The hurt part is an unavoidable reality, but whether or not you can stand anymore is up to the runner himself. So looking at this solitude and pandemic, Oscar Wilde says, and I quote, I think it's very healthy to spend time alone. You need to know how to be alone and not to be defined by another person. And Picasso says, and I quote, without great solitude, no serious work is possible. And Orison says, we are born alone and we live alone and we die alone. Only through our love and friendship can we create the illusion for the moment that we are not alone. So change is inevitable. That's what we are trying to say, that from the Greek philosopher, the only constant in life is change. And Maya Angelou says, if you don't like something, change it. If you can't change it, change your attitude. And Nietzsche says, that which doesn't kill us makes us stronger. So I think some of this actually Professor Ganeshan sir has already covered. So I'll be just briefly looking at it. Looking at the historical perspective, like starting from Decameron, like where the, it relates, tales are told by refugees from the Black Death in the 14th century Florence. And Daniel Defoe's Journal of the Plague Year. The Plague Year gives a literary and historical account of the bubonic plague in the 17th century London. And Catherine Ann Porter's Pale Horse and Pale Rider, 1939, a short story about the great flu pandemic of 1918 to 1919 by an author who survived it. Ahmad Ali's Twilight in Delhi, 1940. It's a novel about the 1918 to 19 flu pandemic, in this case set in colonial India. And Camus' The Plague, 1947. It's a novel about the plague in French-ruled Algeria after the World War II. And Octavia Butler's Survivor, 1978. It's a novel about the survivors of a widespread plague on Earth who settle on another planet. And Gabriel Garcia Marquez' Love in the Time of Cholera, 1985. It's a novel by the great Colombian writer that explores analogs of love, passion, and disease. And Margaret Atwood's two novels of the Madam trilogy, they explore how women and men adjusted to a world torn apart by disaster. And Philip Roth's Nemesis, it's a novel about the impact of the 1944 polio epidemic. And Colson Whitehead, Zone 1, it's a portrait of the New York City as a post-apocalyptic dystopia infected by a plague that turns its inhabitants into zombies. So these have taken from Vishal Sudhakar. And so pandemic and humanity, if you look at it as a whole, pandemic sees no social stratification. The virus is democratic, if you assume, and it makes no distinction between people, between countries. So illness sometimes reminds us that the world is actually doesn't belong to us. But if you look at literature, actually it offers some hope that actually it belongs to us. So as literature shows in pandemic novels can bring forth deeply rooted fears and modify human behavior accordingly. So indeed, the pandemic breaks the class barriers, but it also leads to the ruin of civilization. So this is what critic Susan Sontag notes in Illness as Metaphor about how pandemic supplies evidence of a world in which nothing important is regional, local, limited, in which everything that can circulate does, and every problem is or is destined to become worldwide. So that products and viruses alike can freely move in a globalized world. So the pandemic indeed shakes the deep-rooted faith of humanity. So this is taken from Dr. Surinder Singh's article. And the pandemic philosophy. I think philosophy has some response to the current situation. So can we find certainty in an uncertain universe? So philosophy is well acquainted with bad times, and it reframes our questions and alters our perspectives. If you look at 19th century America, Henry David Thoreau leveraged his troubled times, a country marching towards civil war, to find beauty in the imperfect. So if you can't change the world, Thoreau counsels change how you see it. even if that means contorting yourself, viewed at the right angle, said Thoreau. So every storm and every drop in it is a rainbow. It's by Wiener in 2020. So again, a statement by Melinda Gates. This pandemic has magnified every existing inequality in our society, like systemic racism, gender inequality, and poverty. Can we see pandemic as an opportunity? And Michel de Montaigne lived in France in the 16th century when death was in the air, like gripping us by the throat. He said, the plague killed nearly half the residents of the Bordeaux, where he served as a mayor in the 1580s. So he advises us to use the pandemic as an opportunity to see the world and yourself a bit differently. Stoic philosophy is summed up by Epictetus. What upsets people is not things themselves, but their judgments about things. So change what you can and accept what you can't. A good Stoic would have prepared for the pandemic by practicing premeditation of adversity. Second by Wiener. And so I think that one of the findings from these readings was like, appreciate what we have now. So I have taken a statement from Oprah here. Be thankful for what you have. You will end up having more. And if you concentrate on what you don't have, you will never ever have enough. And Theodore Roosevelt says, do what you can with what you have, where you are. And see, imagine the worst scenarios, advised the Roman senator and Stoic philosopher Seneca, and rehearse them in your mind: exile, torture, war, shipwreck, etc. So a modern Stoic's list looks a bit different: a screaming child, unpaid bills, a worrisome fever, but the idea is same. So by contemplating calamity, we rob the future hardships of their bite and appreciate what we have now. So adversity anticipated is adversity diminished, again by Wiener. So looking at myth of Sisyphus, Albert Camus experienced more than his share of adversity, growing up poor in Algeria, enduring the World War, and later intellectual fisticuffs with his fellow philosophers, who, before dying in a car accident in 1960 at the age of 46. So Camus is the ideal pandemic philosopher, if you look at the philosophy. So it isn't his often cited novel, The Plague, that most fully explains our predicament, but his lesser known essay, The Myth of Sisyphus, about the sad figure from Greek mythology, condemned by the gods to push a boulder up a hill, only to watch it roll down again and again. So the individual's persistent struggle against the essential absurdity of life, acceptance of struggle against defeat, I think is important in this context. And I mean, did pandemic make kind of mockery of our grand plans? I mean, that actually did. So the pandemic has made a mockery of our grand plans: graduations, weddings, job prospects, etc., etc. So it we must persevere, said Camus. Our task, he said, isn't to understand the meaning of catastrophes like COVID-19, but to imagine Sisyphus happy. How? By owning the boulder, by throwing ourselves into the task, despite its futility. Because of its futility, Sisyphus' fate belongs to him, said Camus. His rock is his thing, basically. So this is again by Wiener. So looking at the narrator of Albert Camus' The Plague, says, as disease ravages the town of Oran in French Algeria, there is an element of abstraction and unreality in misfortune. But when an abstraction starts kill you, you have to get to work on it. So can we look at pandemic as an intellectual malaise? So the ongoing pandemic crisis has become a life-altering event. It has caused a paradigm shift in the way we think of literature, culture, and life itself. So the COVID-19 crisis is already being called the defining moment of the millennium by Judith Butler and Slavoj Žižek. So Butler connects the present pandemic to her theory of precariousness and precarity of the human condition, while Žižek treats the disease not just as a medical, social, and economic malaise, but as an intellectual malaise from which we will only be rescued by what he calls a philosophical and social revolution. So hopefully what will emerge out of the crucible of COVID crisis will be writings that will not only match the best of war or trauma fiction of the past, but fiction that will inspire and bring out the best in our shared humanity. This is by Pratnik Banerjee. And poetry inspires and offers a perspective on life. As the history of the illness demonstrates, pandemics have motivated a large number of poets and authors to create innovative works in response to human misery. So I listed some of them. Mary Shelley's The Last Man, and London's The Scarlet Plague, and Marquis' Love in the Time of Cholera, etc. The general public seeks for artists for their capacity to inspire and provide perspective during the tough times. So to make sense of the world around them, artists and poets must make sense of the occurrences that put strain on people's minds and cause them to succumb to worry. So artists and poets are those who strive to enliven and inspire the fearful and terrified in these trying times, seeking to make sense of and give purpose for life. So poetry is critical for bringing pleasure and comfort to people who have experienced the loss of a loved one. So according to Simon, the UK's poet laureate, poetry is by definition calming. It often requires us to concentrate, reflect, and be contemplative. So it encourages us to be mindful of one another and the environment. So if you kind of rethink the human life in this context, so what changed, in the concept of home? Did it change anything? And were there any lessons for humanity? And if the lesson is to live the life the fullest, so I think that instead of worrying too much about everything, that is it to live the life to the fullest? So the world has actually gone through so many global catastrophes in the past. This one will also pass, but there are many lessons for humanity in the present crisis, and these are hard lessons that one cannot afford to ignore. So I think resilience is more important. So there are many literary personalities like Bronte sisters, Emily Dickinson, T.S. Eliot, Graham Greene, Ernest Hemingway, and Maya Angelou, Tagore, and Viktor Frankl. They successfully translated on various levels a strong sense of individual resilience in the human spirit to bring about widespread change in the mindset so as to ensure a more positive approach to dismal and disturbing scenarios, besides giving crumbling lives a reason to hope through building comfort and confidence for the future. So, I'm sure most of you are aware of Maya Angelou's work, and she's best known for her series of 7 autobiographies, which focus on her childhood and early adult experiences. And her first biography, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, is about her life up to the age of 17, and later on, how she actually earned international recognition and acclaim, despite so many hardships in her early childhood. And by that, we can actually see the spirit of human resilience, that can be understood in her thoughts and writing. And she says, and I quote, "All my work, my life, everything I do is about survival, not just bare awful, plodding survival, but survival with grace and faith. So while one may encounter many defeats, one must not be defeated." So there's a video here. I'll try to play it.
By Phoebe of a group that she calls Sister Suki's funeral. And they're all the women, there are about 9 women, and they all look like women in my grandmother's prayer meeting group.
The video is not visible, Rajkumar.
Oh, it's not visible. Just a minute. Yeah. Can you see the video now?
Yes, it's visible.
Let me play it and check if the audio is okay.
I'm obliged to do something. I take that painting.
It's going great.
And I look at that painting. There's an
Oh,
empty
thank you.
chair. And I think, now what would Grandma do? What would she say? I can almost hear her voice say, "Now, sister, you know what's right. Just do right. You don't really have to ask anybody. The truth is, right may not be expedient. It may not be profitable, but it will satisfy your soul. It brings you the kind of protection that bodyguards can't give you. Try to be all you can be, to be the best human being you can be. Try to be that in your church, in your temple. Try to be that in your classroom. Do it because it is right to do. See, people would know you. and they will add their prayers to your life. They'll wish you well. I think if your name is mentioned and people say, oh, hell, oh, damn, I think you're doing something wrong. But if your name is mentioned and people say, oh, she's so sweet, he's so nice, oh, I love, oh, God bless her. There you are. So try to live your life in a way that you will not regret years of useless virtue and inertia and timidity. Pick up the battle. Take it up. It's yours. This is your life. This is your world. I'll be leaving it long before you under the ordinary set of circumstances. You make your own choices. You can decide life isn't worth living. That would be the worst thing you can do. How do you know? So far. Try it. See. So pick it up. Pick up the battle and make it a better world. Just where you are. Yes. And it can be better, and it must be better, but it is up to us. I mentioned courage, and I would like to say something else about that. Finding courage in the leaders and in you who will become leaders. Courage is the most important of all the virtues, because without courage, you can't practice any other virtue consistently. You see, you can't be consistently kind or fair or humane or generous, not without courage. Because if you don't have it, sooner or later you'll stop and say, the threat is too much, the difficulty is too high, the challenge is too great. You know, I believe that self-love is very important. If you read my work, you know I'm always talking about loving oneself. I never trust anybody who tells me he or she loves me if the person doesn't love herself or himself. There's an African saying which is, be careful when a naked person offers you a shirt. I mean, if he had something, he'd cover himself first, right? So I like to look at self-love. It is very important that it comes from within, that you have a sense of yourself, so that when you walk into an office, you don't go alone. Bring your people with you. Bring everybody who has loved you with you. Say, Grandma, come on, let's go. Great grandpa, you've been dead all this time. Come on, let's go. I have to go in here and have an interview. Come on, Auntie. Come on, my friends. Come, let's go. And when you walk in, people don't know what it is about you. They can't take their eyes off you. You may not be cute in the given sense. You may not be fashion model size in that particular sense. You may not be any of those things, but they can't take their eyes off you. And they say of you, in this incredible way, which I don't understand, they say, I don't know, but she has charisma. You know, what you have is all those people around you. So think of that. Anytime you have anything to do, bring everybody with you that you can remember who has loved you. And then you have that sense of having been paid for. And when you walk in, people will say, now, I think you're overqualified. If you don't laugh, you will die. You know, you really must laugh. And if every human being in the world would admit it, he or she is the funniest person you've ever met. And I mean, some people just rather be a little stodgy and boring, and you know. But the truth is, they themselves know that they're very funny. Um, the sense of humor is in self-defense against those who have pretend not to have any sense of humor, and against the cruelties of life. One must laugh. There's an African American song, 19th century, which is so great. It says, when it looked like the sun wasn't gonna shine anymore, God put a rainbow in the clouds. I've had so many rainbows in my clouds. I had a lot of clouds, but I have had so many rainbows. And one of the things I do when I step up on a stage, when I stand up to translate, when I go to teach my classes, when I go to direct a movie, I bring everyone who has ever been kind to me with me. Black, white, Asian, Spanish speaking, Native American, gay, straight, everybody. I say, come with me. I'm going on the stage. Come with me. I need you now. Long dead. See? So I don't ever feel I have no help. I've had rainbows in my clouds. And the thing to do, it seems to me, is to prepare yourself so that you can be a rainbow in somebody else's cloud. Somebody who may not look like you, may not call God the same name you call God, if they call God at all. You see? I may not eat the same dishes prepared the way you do, may not dance your dances, speak your language, but be a blessing to somebody. When I was 7 and a half, I was raped. I won't say severely raped. All rape is severe. The rapist was a person very well known. I was hospitalized.
Sir, video is paused.
The rapist was let out of jail.
Sorry, Andy, is it not visible? Vivek, are you there?
Yes, it's not visible.
Okay, right. I thought, right.
And was found dead that night, and the police suggested that the rapist had been kicked to death. I was 7 and a half. I thought that I had caused the man's death because I had spoken his name. That was my 7.5-year-old logic. So I stopped talking for 5 years. Now, to show you again how out of evil there can come good. In those 5 years, I read every book in the Black school library. I read all the books I could get from the white school library. I memorized James Weldon Johnson, Paul Limestone, County Cullen, and Langston Hughes. I memorized Shakespeare, whole plays, 50 sonnets. I memorized Edgar Allan Poe, all the poetry. Never having heard it, I memorized it. I had Longfellow, I had Guy de Maupassant, I had Balzac, Rudyard Kipling. I mean, it was Catholic kind of reading and Catholic kind of story. When I decided to speak, I had a lot to say and many ways in which to say what I had to say. I listened to the Black minister. I listened to the melody of the preachers. And I could tell when they would start up on that kind of thing, when they know they mean to take our souls straight to heaven, or whether they meant to dash us straight to hell. I understood it. So out of this evil, which was a dire kind of evil, because rape on the body of a young person, more often than not, introduces cynicism. And there is nothing quite so tragic as a young cynic, because it means the person has gone from knowing nothing to believing nothing. In my case, I was saved in that muteness, in the sorda. I was saved and I was able to draw from human thought, human disappointments and triumphs enough to triumph myself. We don't understand talent. We don't understand electricity. We probably use 1 billion, a 1 billionth percentage, a degree so infinitesimal that we couldn't even say how little it is. You can plug into 2 holes in the wall. You can light up a cathedral. You can light up a synagogue. You can light up a temple. Thank God I have it. But I think every person born is born with talent. There's a place in you that you must keep inviolate. You must keep it pristine, clean, so that nobody has a right to curse you or treat you badly. Nobody, no mother, father, no wife, no husband, nobody. Because that may be the place you go to when you meet God. You have to have a place that you say, stop it. Back up. Not you must not, no. Absolutely. And that's one I told you 25 years ago. Yes. Say no when it's no. Yeah. Say so. Back it up. Because that place has to remain clean and clear. And that has to be a place within yourself. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
When you're writing poetry, are you writing to express your experiences, or do you write to inspire other people?
No, I write to try to say what I see, what I've seen. And of course, I hope that it's inspirational.
When you were writing Phenomenal Woman, did you realize how many millions of women would be inspired by that?
No, I don't realize any of that. I just do the best I can. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust. All right. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? It's because I walk as if I have oil wells pumping in my living room. Just like moons and like suns with the certainty of tides, just like hope springing high. Still I rise. Did you want to see me broken? Bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries. Does my sassiness upset you? Don't take it so hard just because I laugh, as if I have gold mines digging in my own backyard. You can shoot me with your words, you can cut me with your lies, you can kill me with your hatefulness, but just like life, all right. Does my sexiness offend you? Oh. Does it come as a surprise that I dance? As if I have diamonds at the meeting of my thighs. Out of the huts of history's shame I rise. Up from a past rooted in pain I rise. A black ocean leaping and wide, welling and swelling and bearing in the tide. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak miraculously clear, I rise. Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the hope and the dream of the slave. And so, there I go.
I think I'll return to the PPT now. I hope you liked the video. So it was just trying to see whether it can make sense to us in this present context. I thought the video was inspirational in terms of the messaging and all. So let me just. Can you see the PPT now? Can anyone confirm to me that the PPT is visible?
It's not working. No, PPT is not visible.
Not visible. Okay. Just a minute. Can you see it now?
No, sir.
Yeah, Sita madam, is it visible? PPT?
No, sir. It's not visible.
Vivek, is it visible?
No, sir.
Shivakam Sundar, are you there?
It is not visible, sir.
Sorry?
It is not visible. PPT is not there.
It's not visible. Okay, I'll try once again, otherwise I'll just leave it there. It's okay. Yeah, can you see it now?
Yeah, proceed ahead.
Thank you so much. I thought everybody is silent. Anyway, so I just want to conclude it with one or two statements. I think Wiener says again, I'm just quoting him. So, suppose you are working on a seemingly fruitless project, a dissertation or marketing strategy. It was forever delayed, buffeted by buffeted by the gallows of circumstances. So Kamo says, good, you have begun to grasp the absurdity of life. Invest in the effort, not the result, and you will sleep better. So his prescription is our challenge in the age of COVID-19, staring down the absurdity of our predicament, but stubbornly persisting rather than yielding to despair. So just like good philosophy. And Shashi Deshpande, I thought he wrote an interesting essay. And she says, and I quote, disasters and catastrophes have hit the world again and again. Wars and diseases, fires and floods, earthquakes and famines. Each time many people fell by the wayside, but those who survived got up and began to walk again. So there's no doubt we are pretty good at survival. After all, we have begun working at it for a long time. In fact, ever since our story began. So the desire to survive is embedded in each cell of our body. So why will it fail us now? This is the last statement by again Haruki Murakami. And once the storm is over, you won't remember how you made it through and how you managed to survive. You won't even be sure whether the storm is really over. But one thing is certain, when you come out of the storm, you won't be the same person who walked in. So that's what this storm is all about. And this too shall pass. So this is a statement from him. So I think these are my references. And that's it. Thank you so much for listening. And thank you so much for the opportunity.
Sir, we are so proud to have such an eminent scholar who has 25 pages of biodata amidst us. It is a great occasion for us to get the opportunity of listening to the lecture of Dr. Rajkumar. He raised so many questions, and he says pandemic literature make us realize the impermanence of life The virus is democratic. It breaks the class barriers and he advises us to create a world of love and kindness. Be thankful for what you live. Live your life. This too will pass. Thank you, sir, for giving your valuable insights. Definitely, your lecture helped a lot in understanding the pandemic literature in a critical perspective. Now, our chairperson, Dr. K. Ponni, will give her review.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The plenary session 2, Thinking Through Pandemic Literature, a Critical Perspective, is critically analyzed. Definitely, we have so much of enlightenment of Maya Angelou. You have started with Maya Angelou and traveled down towards explaining the meaning of life, narratives, impermanence of life, and the quote, pain is inevitable and suffering is optional, is very much needed for the present time. And you have started with Giovanni Boccaccio, as any student of literature or any teacher of literature would do, and traveled through many writers, and even you quoted Albert Camus' The Plague. And another striking sentence of you, that virus is both pandemic and democratic. Yes, we have to accept, no other go for us. And the myth of Sisyphus, really, it helps us in every century. And you have talked about the paradigmatic shift and intellectual malaise. And we have to rethink our human life. And as Dr. Ganeshan says, you also wanted our students and our friends to get and gain human resilience, which only can give us comfort and confidence. And your videographic amplification and representation of Maya Angelou's 10 rules for success, really appreciable, sir. It is very inspirational. Definitely. Let us welcome Storms to survive better. Again, on behalf of our college and department, I thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Shiva, so shall I leave the session or will there be any questions or anything?
Is there any questions from the audience?
Dr. Rajkumar, thank you so much for your invitation, Rajkumar. I actually gave you burden of preparing for the session besides your act for presentation in the university, and I actually like to thank deep from my heart. Thank you so much, Rajkumar.
No, that's okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Krishnamurthy from AVC Engineering.
Sir.
I need that PPT. Can you share the PPT? It is full of informative, motivational. I don't think Generation Z will accept this type of pandemic literature. Do you agree with me?
The last sentence, can you repeat, sir?
Generation Z is not interested in accepting the literature. Do you agree with me? Generation Z is completely different from what we thought about.
You're saying the present generation, you're saying?
Yeah, Generation Z, 2000, 2K kids. They never accept.
Oh,
they never accept things if it is tough, if it is somewhat tragic. They want everything to be a
Tragic.
smooth sailing one. How pandemic would change them?
Not necessarily, sir. I mean, we have dystopian literature. It's also more or less the same, right? I mean, pandemic is I think pandemic literature also add to that kind of literature only, that where it's very gloomy, very sad, very, disturbing kind of, portrayal. But I think that is also part of the life. So it's not like, I think it's difficult to generalize that everybody doesn't accept. So, people are reading it, and that's why there are, if you look at now the data that Professor Ganeshan has listed out, it's huge. I mean, it's huge. I mean, that people were forced to write, and, they were at home, they have nothing to do, and they were just writing poetry, short stories, novels, and, short autobiographies. And then I think if you look at the publication, just publication, the last 2 years of publications on pandemic literatures, that itself speaks volumes, right? That kind of, I think, literature is produced on one particular area. I think it's huge. I mean, that's where it shows that it has relevance and people are interested to read it also, right? And engage with it. Also, one more interesting thing is, like, people are relooking at, like Shakespeare and other, their poetry, or let's say their sonnets, and they're trying to rewrite them in the present context, like, making some modifications and etc. If you look at Tabish Kair's work on Shakespeare, that's the reflection.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll be happy if you share your PPT.
I'll share with Dr. Shivakam Sundar.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, dear. Thank you, dear.
Sir?
I think if there are no questions, maybe we can conclude the session.
Yes, please.
Sir, a word of appreciation from my side. I could find lucidity all through your presentation, right from the beginning till the end, sir. Especially the video clipping, it was so wonderful and it was useful too. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. So shall I leave the session now? Done, right?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, let us have a lunch break, and we will meet again sharply at 2 p.m. for the plenary session 3. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to everybody. Now let us start our program after the lunch break. The resource person for this session is Dr. Vivek Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh. Reading stories that talk about pandemic can help to build a narrative. The pandemic story is a fiction of helplessness. It is set inside an enclosed narrative frame. Dr. Vivek Singh is going to deliver his lecture on Epidemic Narrative, a Reflection. I call upon Dr. A. Sivagama Sundari, guest lecturer in English, to introduce the resource person.
Good afternoon to everybody. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the distinguished principal, respected head of the department, and my dear teacher, the conference coordinator, for the wonderful opportunity to introduce the speaker of the plenary session 3. There are many reasons in taking great pleasure in presenting and the introducing the young and energetic speaker, Dr. Vivek Singh. We were FLU mates. Our specialization are the same in disability studies, and we traveled together as exchange students to Germany from FLU. Now Dr. Vivek Singh works as assistant professor in the Department of English, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Dr. Vivek Singh had both his undergraduation and post-graduation in English literature from Banaras Hindu University. He pursued his MPhil from Pondicherry University, and he got awarded with his PhD in cultural studies from the reputed institution, the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. His areas of interest are disability studies, animal studies, Sabbatan studies, minor cosmopolitanism. Dr. Vivek has achieved many awards and fellowships. From April 2012 to September 2012, he studied in Potsdam University, Berlin, Germany on DART Fellowship. Under the same DART Fellowship, he also attended a conference on politics, political eco-criticism between imagination and occupation, organized by Potsdam University, Berlin in September 2013. On top of all, he got qualified NET JRF in English in December 2012. His academic contributions are he is a member of editorial board in the journal Research and Criticism, and he is associate editor Global Colloquies, an international journal of world literatures and cultures. And Dr. Vivek Singh has delivered more than 15 invited lectures, and 2 of them were delivered at CIIL, Mysore, India. He was a successful plenary speaker in many international conferences. He has published widely, and I would like to highlight just 1 or 2 here. Functioning of fantasy across media, drawing parallels between Masashi Kishimoto's Naruto, J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter, and D.B. Weiss and David Benioff's Game of Thrones, Volume 136, co-authored by Diptarup Hasi, edited by Dr. Makesh Kumar Malviya, March 30, 2017, ISSN 2249605X. And imagining the nation state, politicizing history and historiography in Geeta Hariharan's In Time of a Siege, co-authored with Hariom Singh in the book of Post-Coloniality in Transition, edited by N. Ramadevi Murru, Notion Press, 2020. Dr. Vivek also published books and chapters to his credits, and Critical Humanities accepted by Authors Press India. He was the convener of the international seminar, The Future of Humanities, Challenges and Prospects in 2018. With a warm welcome to your second home, I invite Dr. Vivek Singh to deliver his session on epidemic narrative, a reflection. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shivagami. I just want to confirm that am I audible to you all?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so the first, I mean, I was overwhelmed with the kind of introduction that my friend Shivagami has just now given. The reason, and also I find Shivagami's compliment as that it's a second home is quite appropriate in the sense that, as you could see, my half of my education, higher education, was in South India, right? And mainly I was extremely mesmerized with the love, affection that I received from the people of Tamil Nadu, right? In fact, as a boy, when I traveled from Varanasi to Pondicherry, right, you know, then I got down at, that is a long memory that I have. And if I go into my memory lane, there's a lot of experiences I love to share with my people, right, over here. And what interesting thing what interesting thing that I received in Tamil Nadu basically is that not only the different cultural expositions, but also intellectual understanding that I have of the people of the land, and it configured my mind as well completely, right? So it's like a person who was completely in Hindi land, people meeting from Hindi belts, talking to Hindi people, suddenly travel to a land where he is completely not aware of the knowledge that he has, but the kind of love and emotions, as you know, that the one language which people can speak across boundary is love and emotions, right? So be communicated out of it, right? So, and then I spent, like, I mean, just want to tell you, because at this moment I also become some sort of emotional, you know, when I'm interacting people from Tamil Nadu especially, right? I'm sure that mainly the audience are from Tamil Nadu, right? The main, like I'm saying not all, but I'm sure that most of the audience are basically from Tamil Nadu, right? So that is why when I came from South, then actually I wanted to pursue my job in South India itself, right? Mainly Tamil Nadu, right? I wanted to be in Tamil Nadu, wanted to do my research, wanted to explore more places, right? But somehow I landed up in again in North India, and I'm continuing my education pursuit in Banaras Hindu University. So it's a you know it's a kind of a umbilical cord that is connected from Tamil Nadu, which is very difficult to untie. And when it comes to Sivagami was not just my friend, right? She was also my guide in some sense, because in disability studies, we were introduced to the same professor and the same people, and we always share a lot of thoughts and ideas together. So, which is why any invitation comes from Sivagami, I have no other way just to say yes, you know. And the second thing, if it is from Tamil Nadu, the land from where I studied a lot of things, so I can say no to anything, right? So this is why it's a two main reason that why I completely agreed to this, right? That too. And the third is obviously, I mean, because I want to speak more, as you could see that still I have not started talking about my the talk which I'm supposed to start with. And I'm also keeping the mind that I have just 1 hour to finish my talk, you know, and already 20 minutes has got over. So the third reason is obviously when we have epidemic narrative, the kind of a title that was chosen is extremely radical and intellectual, right? So So I really want to thank DGG Arts College for Women for agreeing to that proposal that they want to conduct international seminars on pandemic literature. And thanks to the head, K. Poni ma'am, who agreed and who supported Sevagami and other colleagues to continue with that. The reason why I'm saying it's a different and intellectuals at this point of time, as one of the speaker was constantly echoing, right? It's not that we had a COVID-19, therefore we are getting into, right? It's not that we had a COVID-19 situation, that is why we are constantly exploring pandemic literature. As my study will reveal, when I will speak for 30 minutes, then you will really see that pandemic literature is not something just important, but it is something that we need to constantly engage with, right? So I will talk about the certain reflection on a pandemic narrative. I will not directly touch literature because literature has been spoken much before. And people, Rajkumar and Professor Vice Chancellor Sahab has already given us a detailed understanding of what pandemic literature is dealing with. But how to approach pandemic narrative, right? Critically in the sense. As a student, I'm sure that most of the students who are going for further research and most of the scholars who are thinking of doing research, for us, the challenge is how are we going to look at pandemic narrative? Let's say, for example, we are not a medical expert, right? We have not done MBBS. We are not done MD. We are not a doctor. But still, why so-called the pandemic narrative, which comes under the rubric called medical humanities, right? It's a part of a medical humanities, the emerging research. Why this becomes extremely significant today, or was it significant constantly to explore for, right? Just let me share the screen for you. Let me know if it is visible, the screen. Shivagami, is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is
Yeah,
visible.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can you put microphone off? Yeah, all right. So let me reach to my PowerPoint so that I can share without any hindrance. Let me know at any point of time if you feel that PPT is not visible, or my voice is breaking, or I'm not audible. Whatever, if you feel any point of time, any questions, any problem, please immediately interrupt me. There is absolutely no problem, right? Because knowledge is quite democratic. It's not a hegemonic structure where a person who is speaking dominates over others. You are as important as we are, right? So going to the first slide, I'm sure that the slide is visible. So you see that the outbreak of a novel coronavirus disease in December 2019, which has since spread more than 200 countries worldwide, and it has claimed a total of 3.95 million lives, right? I'm quoting this data from World Health Organization, right? So is the latest in the series of new viral disease outbreaks at the turn of the 21st century. The first to emerge was HIV disease, the first cases of which were reported in the United States 1981, and this was then followed in quick succession by bird flu, severe acute respiratory syndromes, SARS, H1N1, and then swine flu. Then we have a dengue. Then we have a Middle Eastern respiratory system, MERS, whom we call. Then we have Ebola, Zika, Nipah, and then currently what we have, COVID. So one outcome of this succession of both older and new viral infection, which international travel has carried widely beyond their point of emergence, was being to bring public health issue into focus once again. And this comes after a long gap when antibiotics and advances in therapeutic technologies seem to have made epidemics a things of the past. So the pandemic of AIDS, as Mark Hoinsbaum notes, the pandemic of AIDS forced scientists to confront the hubristic assumption that medicine was on the verge of conquering infectious disease. Right. So this was especially so after the confident declaration in 1980 that smallpox had been eradicated globally. So why I'm bringing out this historical perspective, the reason is that the science at one point of time, it claimed that it has defeated the diseases, right? It is a point of time in 1980s, smallpox. People could find the diagnosis for smallpox, and there was a medication available. Yet when there was a scientist came together and they made this claim that now we don't have to worry about any virus anymore. And that point of time, AIDS made us, they made us, it made us realize that it's really difficult, right? What AIDS pandemic pointed out to the fact that pathogens could mutate in unforeseen ways, and that human intervention in natural environment and changing socio-cultural practices could be an important factor in such mutations, right? So a kind of a historical study that we need to understand that why this constant claim that scientists or biomedical scientists made that we have won the virus, it is never possible. And that is why I gave you the long history, starting from that how it's not just corona, but multiple diseases have already come forward and people have struggled with that. So these outbreaks had another consequence as well. A resurgence of the horror. It's not only pandemic or this kind of a threat, biomedical threat become an important issue for medical science, but it also shapes our popular imagination, and that is where I'm going to bring forward. So it in narrative, it acquires the form of a myth. Let's say, for example, we have a very famous a novel called Robin Cook's novel called Pandemic, which was published in 2018. And pandemic is about a disease that leads to respiratory failure to death, like SARS, but is caused by HIV-like retrovirus present in pigs. And Cook, who was a protagonist in Pandemic, he was a forensic pathologist, discovers it as he investigates a mysterious death in New York subway. Now, it is not about epidemic, but the ethics of medical research. This pandemic, the book I'm talking about, and zoonotic disease is the central event, right? Zoonotic means which transform, which moves from animal bodies to the human body. So it's not about epidemic, but the ethics of medical research. This book called The Pandemic. And then we have another film. I'm sure that you must have watched. If you have not watched, I will request you all to please watch tonight itself. Contagion, right? It is by Steven Soderbergh. It's a very wonderful movie, and I'm sure that during COVID-19, people talked a lot about it. This is in 2011. Is about an epidemic of viral respiratory disease that breaks out in Los Angeles, and it foregrounds the heroic effort of the Center of Disease Control and the FBI in containing it. So Contagion as a movie, it emphasizes a theme that has become a staple in epidemiological narrative. The work of disease detection. Asik Abu's, there is another famous film called Virus, that's the third one. In 2019, it came out. It's a fictionalized account of the Nipah virus epidemic that broke out in Kerala, and then later on it is quite spread, right, in 2018 in entire India almost. So like Contagion, it highlights the effort of the public health authorities in tracing its origin and eventually stopping its spread. As Wald argues, and that is the quotation goes, that popular accounts of a pandemic fuse biomedical theories of emerging viruses with mythical plots of disaster that was caused by human interference in nature, right? So what I'm just trying to suggest that how as a scholar, or most of the time as an audience, what sense that we make that why these diseases are spreading, right? So we say that it's because of human interference in nature. Let's say, for example, genetic engineering, bioterrorism, and obviously international travel. So as well as the heroism of communities and individual in containing the crisis. So the world makes a very important observation. I want you to also read along with me that microbes, spaces, and interactions blend together as they animate the landscape and motivate the plot of the outbreak narrative. A contradictory but compelling stories of the perils of a human interdependence and the triumph of the human connection and cooperation, scientific authority, and the evolution advantages of the microbe, ecological balance, and impending disaster. So, epidemic outbreak is basically how do we understand what it is, right? It is not something that we want this to happen, right? It's not that we want constantly epidemic outbreak to take place. We understand epidemic outbreak is a kind of a crisis, right? It is a crisis that disrupt our everyday life, and people need to make a collective sense of it, because culture is a collective memory, right? It's a, like, see, when I'm speaking this, I want also you to reflect constantly that you can think of any virus or any epidemic disease or pandemic when it broke. how as a how as a audience or how as a people living on the street or doing our everyday life, how we approached to that, how we responded to that, how what we felt about it, and how we understood what is all about. So this, because this is a culture, right? That is why I said that I made a very clear distinction that our job is not to approach pandemic medically, right? That is a job of a medical scientist. What our job is as an academician or as a person who is doing research in humanities, how it is saved in our popular imagination, what sense that we make in our culture. So culture is basically a collective memory which provides a pre-existing frame for this. When I'm saying that culture provides a pre-existing frame for this, what I'm saying is simple, is that the way you approach, there's a possibility that the people from other culture do not approach the same disease in the same fashion, which I will make it more clear in the further discussion. So let's say, for example, we have the quite discussed in today's talk is Albert Camus' The Plague, right? But I have a very different understanding and will take a very different take of Albert Camus' novel called The Plague. It's basically the fictional outbreak of the disease in the Algerian city of Oran. There had actually been a number of minor outbreaks of a plague in Oran in 1921. I'm talking about the setting of the novel, where in 1921, 1931, 1944, plague disrupted the life. The last major event that has devastated the city was back in 1678. And the story of the plague stricken people of Oran, as it is recorded by Camus. So it's better that we should read directly. The quote what Camus says about this outbreak is this, that the story of the plague is a record of what had to be done, what assuredly would have to be done, again in the never-ending fight against terror and its relentless onslaughts, despite their personal affliction by those who, while unable to be saints but refusing to bow down to pestilence, strive their utmost to be healers. So, what I'm going to do, right, after this 10 minutes giving you the brief story about the epidemic narrative or historical genealogy that I was tracing out, I'm going to look at the emergence of a genre of a disease narrative, against which I'm going to define the form and significance of epidemic narrative, right? How are we going to look at epidemic narrative and why it is quite significant to study epidemic narrative? So the story of a personal illness, after a brief section of the AIDS narrative, which I'm going to talk further, I will talk about epidemics, but which adopts the format of the illness story, right? And there is a two paradigm which I'm going to propose, that is for the analysis of epidemic narrative, that is based on the way they explain disease, which means to say causation, right? Let's say, for example, biomedical and cosmological. What is a disease causation? As you see, whenever something happens, we are very much trained to think that why did this happen? What is the cause behind this particular effect, right? Whatever is happening, we experience it as an effect. Then as a social scientist, what we try to do is to find out the cause behind it. So for epidemic narrative, we have two causes to find it out. One is a biomedical and another one is a cosmological. Anyone wants to say something? Dr. R. Veena, your microphone is on. Dr. R. Veena, your microphone is on. You want to say something or shall I continue? Dr. Arvina, your voice is visible. People will listen to, okay, thank you so much. Yes. So I was talking about this simply. What I'm trying to tell you that, let's say, for example, the literature we were discussing in the morning, in the afternoon, we were talking something. My question is simple, that how are we going to look at this epidemic narrative? We have two ways to look at it, right? And that is the theme of a causation, which means to say we need to understand that what is the effect that took place, what was the cause behind that particular effect. So we have two methods to look at. One is biomedical and another one is that we have cosmological, right? Cosmological narrative. So this is the two modes of narration. One is basically realist and another one that we have called the mythic, that they adopt. So in mid 19th century, wait, let me move to the next slide, please. Yes. Right, so in the mid 19th century, so in mid 19th century development in antibiotic therapy, it made infectious disease a relatively minor inconvenience in the global north, as well as in other countries, though to a lesser extent, and attention came to be directed to chronic and lifestyle disease like cancer or heart disease. There appear to be two reasons for this. One is an actual disease in the incidence of such diseases to the extent that they have become the new epidemic. So therefore, there was a recent article in the BMJS which says that the data suggest a growing epidemic of chronic disease. But the author also argued that this could be because of more vigilant regarding of a diagnose, lowering diagnostic thresholds and increasing intensity of services. So new diagnostic techniques and therapies have resulted in a greater visibility of illness that can be diagnosed thanks to the more acute medical and technical sensory system. So the point which I'm making is simple. What I'm saying that because of the new development in the science, because of the new diagnostic techniques and therapies, now we have more diseases that are being conceptualized and brought into the popular imagination. So whatever be the reason, chronic disease has effectively come to supplant epidemic as the cultural symbol of a human vulnerability today. And this is quite evident in a large corpus of narrative about personal illness, which have emerged in the historical conjecture of two events. The first is the development of new therapeutic processes that can prolong the life in even terminal cases, and one live long enough to tell the story. And the second, we have a techno-scientific term. The one term I was talking about, therapeutic term, and the second one I'm talking about techno-scientific term in clinical practices that privileges objective evidence of disease over the patient subjective experience. That is a kind of a class which I want to highlight, right? Where we have objective experiences clashing with subjective experience. What I mean by this is simple, that whenever we go to the doctor, let's say for example, whatever disease that we are going through, and whenever we go to the doctor hardly they bother to listen to us, right? They are least bothered that what you are experiencing in the night, what you are going through in your everyday life. What they are more concerned about, that they will write some test, right? And that becomes your objective report. Like, let's say for example, I'm sure that you, if you reflect what I'm talking about, you will, if I ask you, let's suppose you say that I'm having some so and then if I ask you, show me the report, in the entire report, what you said is never figured out, right? It is never over there. What we find on the report is always what doctor thinks what you have. So you understand the kind of a distance and the gap I'm talking about, right? So this is why I'm going further and making it more problematic for us. So which is why illness narrative becomes more important, right? Here we are not concerned what doctor is suggesting to us. What we are more concerned about, what we are going through and how we are experiencing it, how we are listening to each other, right? So therefore, going further, let's say for example, this is a very famous quote by Arthur Clement, who writes in a book called Writing at the Margin, right? This is the famous quote: the patients and the family's complaints are regarded as a subjective self-reports, whom people also say biased accounts of a too personal somewhere, right? And the physician's task, whatever possible, is to replace these biased observation with objective data. Understand the classes which I'm talking about, that here this science and social science, they are constantly in class with each other. Two different knowledge are coming together and they are constantly challenging, and that is what is the importance of medical humanities. It brings two different knowledge system together. So the physician task is to replace this biased observation with the objective data and the only valid sign of a pathological process, because they are based on verified and verifiable measurements. I would suggest you to read a very interesting book by Thomas Kuhn, right? Thomas Kuhan. In Thomas Kuhn, what he talks about it, right? It's very interesting debate, and unfortunately, if I keep opening the debate, it will take a lot of your time and mine as well. But interesting, what I want to bring forward here is this: that why is it so that only those knowledge becomes important which are verifiable, right? Why is it so only those knowledge are taken into the account which can be verified, which is basically called science, right? And later on, what Thomas Kuhn argues in that particular book is simple, that even science does not do so. Right? So read this book. He talks about the two paradigms in the one chapter. This is very interesting. So what I'm saying, that's something, because your knowledge, your subjective experience is not verifiable, right? Suppose if I say that I love the place called Tamil Nadu, right? The aesthetic beauty that I experience, the kind of a culture that I have assimilated, it's a beautiful. If you ask me, how will I verify this knowledge, right? So that is the debate it opens up, right? That is the debate it opens up. So let's say, for example, how does science explain that? Science will go in very scientific language and will start explaining the place of Tamil Nadu where they have roads and technology. They will talk about not the cultural experience in the language of personal narratives. So here I'm talking about, I'm just giving you examples to make it more understand that the result is a split between constructed object of a biomedical cure, which is the dehumanized disease process. Understand this: dehumanized disease process, and the constructed object of most other healing system, which is all the too humanly narrated pathos and pain and meaning directed perplexity of the experience of a suffering, right? So I request you all that please keep this quotations in the mind as I proceed further. So, so therefore, this new form of a patient socialization contribute to the collective circulation of personal stories, which soon became popular enough for a broader readership. So let me move to the next slide. And here I'm going to talk about basically AIDS narrative, and I will talk about also just to give a sense that how people perceived AIDS basically as a one epidemic. Illness narrative serve as a background for my discussion of epidemic narrative with disease as their common theme. Illness narrative recount personal suffering, while epidemic narrative recount collective suffering. So the difference underlies in the form of cultural significance, right? That is what I'm constantly emphasizing about the cultural significance of particular disease narratives. And understand the basic difference in the medical humanities is this, that disease, when we say that we have a disease, doctor never say illness, because disease is something that is defined by the biomedical science, and illness is something that you experience of your own body, right? So what doctor experience of your body, the kind of things that you have, is called disease. And when what you experience, what you speak of yourself, that is something called illness. So, and this is Hellman. Hellman talks quite detail about it, right? So, so most narratives written at the first were on HIV/AIDS. Epidemics have prominent in the last 2 decades, that replacing AIDS as a collective horror, AIDS as a collective horror in the public perception, right? And it, like, what does AIDS narrative do? It's constitute a large corpus of a fictional and non-fictional stories in different media that was told in both first person and third person. And number of such stories has been greatest in United States and all that. Let me directly jump to kind of some movies which I'm sure that you will like to look at and understand maybe for the future. Wait, here I go maybe. Just a second. Yes, maybe I have not named down the movie, but I'm sure that I will read down for you, right? So let's say, for example, as a narrative have a 3 elements are essential, right? I'm just giving you theoretical tools now. When we look at a particular narrative, uh, three elements become quite essential. What is the one? Set of events, right? And then they are plotting in a causal sequence. And the third is their unfolding over time and space, right? So there are interesting debate that why is it so that in India we hardly have AIDS narrative, hardly we have few movies available. Let's say, for example, by my brother Nikhil, that is about the rights of HIV positive people and it need to the counter stigma and discrimination. My brother Nikhil, that was came out in 2005. And then we have a Phir Milenge, is a Hindi movie. I'm sure that I would be happy to know if we have more movies in the South Indian cinema that deals with the narratives of AIDS. But I'm scared that hardly in North India or let's say in Bollywood, hardly any much movies are available which are dealing with that particular disease. And the question is very interestingly that why is it so, right? That is why we need to ask ourselves that why is it so that there is hardly few movies are available which are dealing with AIDS narrative. And interesting part is also which you must also notice that when we have a something called disease or something called, let's say for example, AIDS, there is a movie called the Saudhan that was made in 2007. And interestingly, let me tell you that this movie was specifically made so that border security forces, BSF people, can be taught that how to avoid this particular disease, right? So you see that this is more as a pedagogic, not as a narrative, right? So what I'm just letting you know that the kind of understanding of the movie that we should have what kind of a movie we are getting. It's not about the more representation a particular disease or particular body that we are getting. It's more about what kind of a treatment these particular disease or body gets. So moving ahead, when we have this narrative, we need to constantly look at three things, as I was talking about: set of events, and then their plotting in the causal sequence, and then their unfolding over time and space. So, once I have defined my conceptual frame, let me now discuss two examples, right? And I promise that I will not take more than your 10 minutes, maximum 10 minutes, right? So, so the first is, which is a biomedical, which is a report on the cholera pandemic in the 19th century, right? Cholera disease, I'm sure that you must be knowing it. So Oriental pilgrimage and cholera. There was a one article that was published by Eggleston. Let me move to the next slide, please. Okay, here I come. Yes, and this is quite interesting observation which I want to bring forth. So here you see that Eggleston reviews scientific literature on the spread of the disease in the Middle East Africa, and then he tracks the course of and he tracks the course of the disease from its origin in India through pilgrimage routes to Mecca and Egypt, and through trade routes to Europe and America, recording the number of deaths each wave caused in the lands through which it passed. Eggleston of 20 to 18 highlights is that because of the pilgrimage, that disease spread, right? So who become the responsible for spreading this disease is mainly the people who are involved in the pilgrimage, and mainly India and the Middle East countries people, right? So this is what I'm going to tell you, the Oriental understanding of disease, right? And the very famous book is called, I'm just forgetting the name, by David Arnold, decolonizing, something decolonizing the body, something like that. But David Arnold, you search it, you will find the name of the book. It's a wonderful, where he's talking about that how Orientalists looked at like people like us, that we are responsible for spreading the disease, right? So Eggleston objective is to highlight the role of pilgrimage in transmission of the disease, and he does not tell us the role of a colonial trade. Role of colonial trade in 1920s, if I recall, the most of the Indian died just because of a trade, right? And also because of the certain soldiers from India, they have moved to the another land in Britain, where they fought against during the First World War and Second World War I'm talking about. And when those soldiers came back to India, they brought those disease from there to here. So most of the time, these Orientalist people, they more highlight tropic disease, not the disease that comes from the land of Occident. So this is what I called Occidental gaze. Occidental gaze, right? So this is basically, I'm talking about that. I mean, you can see that how Eggleston, there is a quote itself. I'm sure that you can read it over here, right? That underplaying the role of colonialism in the spread of disease was characteristic of much medical literature on epidemics in the 19th century, which emphasized instead the colonies as sources of contagion and sites of intervention. This pathogeography of blame served two functions in colonialist discourse. It contributed to the presumed superiority of Europe and justified the exercise of a medical power in the colonies, right? So now I'm giving you the new different angle, that why pandemic literature and pandemic narrative is important, right? Here you could see that the power game that also plays, the knowledge also plays, and also the kind of a building their hegemony over us. So it is beyond human possibility to put India into, look at the Eggleston's biased and extremely racist attitudes toward the people like people from the third world. It is beyond human possibility to put India in a good sanitary condition in any reasonable time. The most riotous imagination could scarcely exaggerate the filth of India and Egypt and of the Hindu and the Mohammedan pilgrims. So here you see, I'm sure that Shivagami will be more who will be telling you the name of the books. Let's say, for example, the famous book called Mary Douglas, Purity and Danger. I would suggest you to read that the kind of idea of the sanitation was also brought before us, where we are copying Western science who are teaching us sanitations, right? So I'm just talking about that. Look at the colonial discourse that is very much disguised on the name of a sanitation and on the name of a medical procedures. So which is why this pandemic narrative becomes extremely important and significant. Okay, so I will, as I have promised that I will not take much of your time, so I will jump to the next one. Just give me a second, please. So just give me a second. I'll come to that Meenakshi temple, Madurai, right? So here you see that contagion, as Mary Douglas points out, is both a medical and moral idea. More precisely, it is the medicalization of an originally moral idea, right? So because understand that the moment we listen the name of a disease in the popular imagination, the first thing that we have is something also medical as well as moral, right? That this body is not good, this body is something not pure, so on and so forth, which is debatable, which we can discuss in further, right? So Eggleston's condemnation of Hindu and Muslim pilgrimage expresses both sanitary concern and moral outrage in an epidemic topography that is both real and imagined. To cite another example that brings out the point more explicitly, there is a person called Alfred Reed. He wrote a book called Medical Sketches of the Orient, right? And he talks about, this is a Meenakshi temple, Madurai, and I'm sure that this is, I mean, you can relate it with. So he has, this is a Christopher Alfred Reed who writes about it after visiting Meenakshi temple, Madurai, right? Look at the colonial angle that Alfred Reed gives when he visits to Pandemonium. A jostling, crowding melange of pilgrims, priests, ascetics, holy men, fakirs, beggars, soothsayers, thieves, panderers, children, and aged, all mixed up with sacred animals and birds, from elephants and camels down to the leprous dogs and sleek rats that skittle about in the semi-darkness. All is filled to vileness and obscenity. See, after reading this, it's not that we should immediately feel angry, but what is our take is that when we read these lines, these kind of quotations, our job is to look at the imputation of a promiscuous mixing of moral contamination is unmistakable in Reed's description. Though written in a realist mode, premised in a naturalistic etiology, Eggleston and Reed text, what does it reveal? It reveals the pressure of mythicization that epidemic stories calls for in their attempt to comprehend what appears to be otherwise incomprehensible, right? So it's very difficult to take, right? I'm taking it, I'm asking you to comprehend something which is incomprehensible, which possibly Reed and Eggleston could not understand, right? For them, it was when they went to comprehend it, it was incomprehensible for them, right? Because they failed to, they were in the pressure of mythicization. They could not understand the reality of these places. So now, let me give you certain interesting things, and then I will finish the talk. Shivagami, can I take 5 minutes to 10 minutes? Because I'm also conclusion.
Yeah, you can proceed.
Just give me 5 to 10 minutes, not more than that, right? Yeah. All right, so your microphone. Put off your microphone, please.
Yeah. You
Okay.
can proceed, Vivek.
Yes, you again. All right. Thank you so much. So here you see, I'm giving you now cosmological narrative, right? So I'm sure that we all know the story of Sitala, who is a small, I'm not sure it is in South India, but it's very much available in North India, a smallpox goddess of South Asia. The one is goddess Sitla on the left side, and there's goddess Mariamma. I'm sure that you must be aware of the goddess Mariamma, who is in the right side. So the worship of a Sitala is a healing story, is an age-old tradition in most parts of India, except in the south, where another goddess called Mariamma takes takes her place. Both are believed to protect their devotees from smallpox. Please correct me if I'm wrong, because I mean, I'm still researching about it. So in case if I have some misunderstanding of goddess Mariamma, please correct me. So my apologies in the beginning itself. Right? So both are believed to protect their devotees from smallpox, which appeared in epidemic form almost annually during the month of March to May. This is I'm quoting Bhattacharya basically, and many more scholars. Traditionally, stories of, or let's say katha, of Sitala were publicly recited during her ritual worship, both in times of epidemic and on days attributed to her in the ritual calendar. In one of the story, I will just tell you this story, this is interesting. That was transcribed by Shushan Wandle. Let me tell you the story. A king's son and the son of a poor farmer were infected with smallpox. The farmer invoked the protection of Sitla Mata, following the ritual practices, and offered only cold food without salt or spices, which the goddess released. King priest too offered prayers to the goddess, but served her rich food cooked hot and spicy. Soon the farmer's son got well, but the king's son continued to suffer. Right? So one side, farmer's son got well, and king's son continued to suffer. The king tried all way of appeasing Sitla, but there was no success. Eventually, the goddess appeared to him in a dream and instructed him to what the farmer had done. Whereupon his son soon recovered, recounted as myth rather than reality. Right? This is the myth basically, not the reality. Without the time space markers, right? These stories are keep coming. There is no time and space. You, and it is a set in the world where God partake of a human food. Right? God participates in eating the human food, appear to them in dreams. In the story, nevertheless, indexes the real world of the devotee in the practical instructions it integrates. To keep houses very clean, to spread cow dung every day, to do the puja of Bhagavati Sitla, to not eat salt, to not season foods, to not put anything on the pot, to not yourself eat hot things, nor feed them to pox victim, to serve only very cold thing, etc. So the point why I'm telling you this story and these images is juxtaposition of the real and the mythic that constitutes cosmological sphere that includes natural and supernatural being in the ordered relation with each other. Epidemic disease signifies a collapse of this order, which must then be restored through appropriate rituals. Embedded in performance, the stories themselves performatively produce the authority that they invoke. The goddess whose protection ensures the continuance of life. The difference between just Eggleston report, or let's say colonialist report, and the Sitla story lie not just in the way they use realism of myth, but equally the relative weight they give to each. Right? So I'm talking about that one side, how biomedical give the more importance to certain things. In the same way, mythical understanding also give importance equally. So I will cut the long thing and I will come to the conclusion. But before that, I would like to show a few more images which will exemplify my points, which I'm making more rigorously. This is 8 Samma, and I'm sure that It's very much available in the Karnataka. There's a, I don't know exactly the place, but I'm sure that you can know there's a one place where 8 Samma is worshipped. And then I think this is in Madurai or somewhere. We had Corona Devi, right? After Corona Devi, I think it's a Madurai. I mean, I'm just, or Coimbatore or Madurai, somewhere we got Corona Devi's idol got installed, right? So look at the significance and popular imagination, which has a mythical mode of narrations. So now let me just conclude. I have just 10 lines to more speak for you. Stories constitute an important way in which we respond culturally to the crisis of epidemic. As events, epidemic outbreaks calls to be narrated, to recount their unfolding in time and space and suffering they cause and struggle, the need to comprehend their utter incomprehensibility, right? So let's say, for example, most of the people will fail to understand why this is stories makes no sense to us. That is what we need to do when we are doing epidemic narrative, right? We need to comprehend their utter incomprehensibility. Two broad ways in which we can construct epidemic in our stories as a biomedical or cosmological crisis. Biomedical crisis as well, right? Because science has to prepare itself, and also cosmological crisis in the sense that our everyday life get disrupted. So we have to also find out how our routine, rituals, practices will organized accordingly. So quite often merging two perspectives, sometimes they both come together. Biomedical narrative, how does it look at epidemic as a natural phenomena occurring in real time and space? Let's say, for example, you can say that at this particular time, at this particular place, we had this particular intervention that was based on science. Cosmological narrative, which I'm saying, it looks at epidemic as a phenomena that signify a disruption of the cosmic order, unfolding in mythic time and space. You can't tell that which time it happened, right? And requiring ritual interventions to restore it. Ritual intervention, and that is why I was showing so many images for you. So narration often merge the two forms, investing realist and like I mean, this kind of spirit or pattern of recurrence that links the past to its significance for the present and the future. Stories are a cultural resource of these meanings of the epidemic outbreak, directly the way we socially experience and we respond to it. Like the scientific, it is a like the scientific, my emphasis is that, like the scientific, it is the form of a knowledge not without its value. It may not explain, it may not explain the pathogenesis of epidemic disease, but it definitely illumines the human significance. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity by how we can do epidemic narrative culturally. Thank you so much.
Sir, it's our pleasure to have such a distinguished personality as our resource person, Dr. Vivek Singh. He explains how to approach the pandemic narrative and also explained the form and significance of the narrative. Sir, I hope your lecture would make us understand the epidemic narrative. Thank you very much, sir. for sharing your reflecting knowledge on pandemic literature. Now, our chairperson, Dr. K. Ponni, will share her review.
Good evening, Dr. Vivek. See, this is very interesting. Your narration of the epidemic narrative is quite colorful and interesting. You started with medical humanities and traveled down to medical data that prove that science cannot claim that they have eradicated the epidemic. See, we can never say that there would be no epidemic in future, but we should know how to make ourselves resilient to face such epidemics. So he has talked about medical history of many epidemics, not only a threat to medical science, but it is a kind of individual's understanding of pandemic. He has talked about the paradigms, biomedical and cosmological, as well as realist and mythic. And very interestingly, he talked about the subjective experience. We always know, all the teachers of literature, we used to talk about the subjective experience against the medical experience or against the medical data. So here there is a clash of medical science and social science, of course. Now, very good and comprehension of you, Dr. Vivek. And furthermore, any researcher would be just going on with this line. And in pandemic narrative, we explain or we receive the emotions of collective suffering. Of course, yes. Then what are all the essential elements of narrative? And he talked about the cholera spread through pilgrimage and how, say, once upon a time we had a fight between science and theology, but now maybe the fight, there will be fight always, but it is with different concepts nowadays, the power and knowledge gain around this pandemic literature, as well as the colonial discourse. And there is an interesting quotation from Reed, that is how they were not able to comprehend. See, this is something related to our culture and mind, our heritage, our culture. How do we follow things in our day-to-day life? Everything matters. So you talked about Sitala and Mariamman. Yes, we have Mariamman festival only during May and June. So after the Agni Nakshatra is only to appease the god, not only appeasing the god, appeasing ourselves, to control ourselves and to take care of ourselves. So very really interesting. And you showed us AIDS Amma, Karana Devi, and I just visualize Pechi Amman. That is also Pechi Amman, Pechi Amman. That would be another narrative, another goddess of this kind of narration. And the comprehension is the current of life. How do you comprehend things? That way you can travel in your life. Very good deliverance, and wishing you all the best, Dr. Vivek Singh. And you made the lecture very grand by your, colorful images as well as by your concepts. Very good. Thank you very much. If anybody is interested to share their knowledge or ask some questions, you can do that. Regarding epidemic narrative reflection.
Dr. Vivek Singh, thank you so much for your interesting and informative session. I would like to say one thing. In the morning session, Professor Ganeshan shared with us a list of works, okay? And also he shared the details about the work. And now your session kind of highlighted how the narrative has to be and how the narrative should be approached and the different ways of the narrative on pandemic literature. Okay, so this I definitely hope will keep in position our research scholars and students who are interested to work further in this field. And I thank a lot for your wonderful effort and wonderful session, Vivek Singh. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. So shall we then call it off a day?
National anthem.
Yeah, sure. Shall we do that?
Now it is a time for vote of thanks. After that, we will end up the program with national anthem.
Now it's time to render the vote of thanks. Good evening to everybody. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. Not a single event can be performed without a leader. It was a great opportunity for us to work under the leadership of our principal, who gives his constant guidance and support. Thank you, sir, for patronizing this conference. We are all thankful to the great motivator, Dr. K. Ponni, HOD and Associate Professor of English, for her continuous effort to make this conference a grand success. And it is an adding glory in the history of the Department of English. So far, we have been listening to the eminent lectures on pandemic literature by Professor Dr. V. Ganeshan, former Vice Chancellor of CFL, Dr. Rajkumar Eligedi, Assistant Professor, Department of English Literature, School of Literary Studies, English and Foreign Languages, University, Hyderabad, and Dr. Vivek Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh. Dear professors, all your valuable insights gave us a new perception in the pandemic literature. It will be a great pleasure for us to listen to you again in our future events. We will remain grateful to you and we thank you for being with us today in spite of your busy schedule. I express my sincere thanks to Mrs. N. Sita and Mrs. R. Sita Lakshmi, Assistant Professors of English, for their help and support at various stages. My special thanks goes to Dr. A. Sivakama Sundari, Guest Lecturer in English, who helped us a lot in organizing this seminar. I extend my gratitude to Dr. Ida Malarchelvi, Assistant Professor of Physics, Dharmapuram Jnanambike Government Arts College, Women, Mailadurai, Miss A. Pavitra, Miss S. Sangeeta, and Miss S. Charumadi, guest lecturers in English, who extended their helping hand to support us technically. Words are not enough to express the gratitude to all the faculty members who supported us in all possible manners. I am highly grateful to our PG students for supporting us and take part in this event with great enthusiasm. Once again, I thank all of you for making this conference a successful one. Thank you. Now we end the program with the national anthem.
National anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष मागे कागे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे